Okay, let's try that again. Can everybody hear me properly? Okay, yes, I know. You're starting. Let's try that whole sequence again. Good, thank you. Thank you, Starnin. Much appreciated. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. Greeting. I'm testing some new hotkeys, which is why I'm fumbling around a little bit. But greetings, everybody. My name is Coin. Welcome back to another episode of The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. I'm still trained on Breath of the Wild. I've done 68 episodes of the stuff. Hopefully we're all doing well today, and I hope we enjoy our stay. Before we begin, I've got the subscribers list to read off. I want to thank Brightwillat, Michael DS, and Mr. Rowan Darcy for their Twitch subscription packages. Please enjoy all the benefits that come along with that. I would also like to thank the anonymous gifter that donated or that gifted an anonymous sub. Much appreciated for that. Whoever you are, I really want you to know that that meant the world to me. And then moving right along, I would also like to, although we don't have any patrons, coffee members, or any one-off donators in any other respect, I would like to thank people who have used those mediums to donate or help me out in the past. It's much appreciated. Let's shift over and let me get the hotkey for this again. It is Alt 5. Okay. Let me maybe tick up the lighting a little bit. Okay, so while I fix things, is everything going well with me? Other than like a broken air conditioning unit, yeah, I'd say so. House is a bit of a mess, but I personally am fine. I've got a nice iced coffee. Hashtag not sponsored by Twix. Okay, that's fixed that little problem. So, what happened last time? And thank you for watching the vlog, Starnin. Much appreciated. I just got... Oh, actually, I suppose that is something I can talk about, but I'll talk about it after I've, done finished the intro. Last time on our lovely game, Tears of the Kingdom, we finished up learning about Zonai devices, as well as all of the Zonai device dispensers. We basically learned how to make things, make metallic things. Then we went back to the Temple of Time and saw that we didn't actually find Zelda. We found an echo of her instead. She gave us the recall power. We went back to the Room of Awakening, and somehow we made it to the Nachoya Shrine. So we're gonna be doing that now. Okay, that is the only part of the internet that is active. Okay, is there anything else? Okay, no. So let's get through this. This shrine's gonna be all about recall, aka stasis but better, or maybe stasis but a side grade. We kind of just stopped things in time. Now we're actually going to reverse time. Yeah, back this way, please. simple, straightforward, easy. We can even see imprints of where precisely. I find this physics engine is really impressive. Really impressive. I can't wait to see what we're going to be able to kind of do with this game given these new powers. I wonder what the experience would have looked like though if Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild were one game and not two, because I feel like you could have done that, right? Just literally mirror what Xenoblade Chronicles 2 did at the beginning, where you got a season DLC pass or whatever, and you would have had 2 games in one game cartridge. And getting the season pass gets you everything else. So let's deal with this. Ah, we can pick which part. Okay. Ah. Okay. Yep. It's gonna take a second. I've kind of got them, like, desynced. Very strangely. I guess maybe we do it like this. Do it like this. We just keep the... We'll eventually, unwind these and keep... Wow, consistent stream schedule. Yes, sir, that's the intention. I'm gonna have to muddy that up this week, though. But Sizzling Seal, welcome on in, good sir. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. If you guys don't know who Sizzling Seal is, you should definitely go check out his content. He has, he's a variety streamer much like I am, and has played all kinds of things. How have your streams been going, good sir? Hope you're doing well. I'm doing all right. My air conditioning unit is broke, but the window unit and my like actual standing fan and the ceiling fan keep the place tolerable, as long as I don't button up my business shirt. I start buttoning that up, I'm gonna get hot. Yeah, otherwise I'm doing well. Just thinking of what game to play while listening to stuff. Cool. What games you thinking about? Because most games are good. Sizzling Seal also says, haven't streamed for a week now, but it's all good. I mean, hey, stream when you can, right? Do what you can when you can. It's good to hear. At least I'm surviving more than anything. Now moving back over to YouTube. You're so wholesome. Thank you, Starnum. Much appreciated. I don't know if I wouldn't call myself a wholesome person, but that is nice to hear. What am I doing? Oh, these got desynced again. I have to, like... Give me 1 second. I'm gonna, like, watch the timing. There. Was planning to play last Epoch. Good lord. But I don't want to deal with bugs yet. So you're downloading D4 right now just to see the new season? That's cool. Now, oh, we did get the chest in the shrine. Good. Which means we're done here. We can actually... I think we're actually going to be able to leave the Sky Island today. This is also the last time moving forward that this particular shrine cutscene... Visitor to the Shrine of Light. Yes. Okay, it's the same text. After the Sky Isle, we are going to start skipping these. So unless there's like different text for a lot of these other sorts of shrines, unless there's like different dialogue in those shrines, we will be skipping this shrine dialogue specific. Starnum on YouTube says, I mean that you greet everybody. I do my best to do that. I'm not perfect at it, but I appreciate that you recognize that. I really do. Yeah, Sizzling Seal, I am in fact still in the starting area. We almost got out of it yesterday. I get the feeling if I had locked in a little more and maybe not been an airhead, even getting to this shrine took a long... It's not that it was hard to get there. The issue is I couldn't see the hole in which to get into the area that has the shrine. If NK shows up on Twitch, he can tell you for himself. He really had to help me find it. In fact, I can kind of show you the opening area, aka the Room of Awakening, and you'll see what I'm talking about. Notice the lighting is kind of gloomy, dingy, hard to see on purpose. This is the hole we came in through. And this here, if you're climbing these like gears from the side, and you're like trying to look down and find this hole, this is kind of tough to see. Maybe I personally find it tough, but I think other people would also find it tough. I don't think I'm alone in that. But that ate up no less than like 10 minutes of time. I was considering looking it up. Thankfully, NK was there to help guide me through it. Now we're gonna set sail back to, or yeah, actually air glide back over to the Temple of Time. I think you just set these on tracks. Are you gonna tilt onto the track all on your own? Yeah. We can set sail for the islands in the sky. This is gonna be great. Gonna look for a bit while tidying up my room. Very well. Good luck with tidying up the room. Not that I think you need it, but good luck anyway. Can I just say that this is awesome? Paragliding in Breath of the Wild was probably one of the most freeing experiences ever. It felt so nice to do. This is better than that. I'm not having to constantly steer. I could just appreciate the view. Just look at this view. Look at all these islands. Oh, hello. Let's get off, though. There we go. Oh, that felt great to do. I love that. Ooh, we can ascend these now. Let's do that. No, Link, get up there. Wow, the mobility is actually impressive. There is no... I really feel like I'm gonna get to enjoy this game. I enjoyed moving about in Breath of the Wild, but this is just a whole different experience. It really, truly is. All right, well, we have the 4 blessings. We of course got to navigate our way up to this again, but that's not difficult. Oh boy. Okay, right. It's this. Get up there, Link. Never mind. I bet there's gonna be a lot more unclimbable, non-climbable surfaces as a result. I actually kind of need this. Get up there, Link. I'm excited. I'm anticipating many cutscenes. There's gotta be a cutscene for this as well. All right, let's talk to the shrine statue. I'm gonna hope there aren't these vitality checks everywhere else, by the way. You who have conquered the shrines and claimed their light of blessing. In exchange for 4 lights of blessing, I will grant you power. You want a heart container, yes? I shall grant the power you seek. Give me a stamina wheel, though. I want stamina wheels. I don't care about heart containers other than what the necessary one. A rare item that restores some of the life force you lost to the gloom. Ah, so see, even the framing on this is different. The previous heart containers were just an increase in vitality or increase in stamina. Here it reframes the text as, oh, you were already this strong, you are now reclaiming your power. I think that's a really nice narrative touch. Starnum says you can get up to 20 hearts. I thought it was 30. Are there 20? Okay, interesting. Increasing your maximum number of hearts by 1. Well, we've got the 4th heart, everybody. Go and bring peace to the world. But more importantly... Oh, it can also be 30? Oh, so, Starnim, do you have to choose between, like... I know you kinda had to choose between health and stamina and Breath of the Wild, but only a little bit. Do you have to choose a lot more between those two things?
I see you have managed to open the door. You haven't fully recovered yet, but that is to be expected. You are almost beyond saving. By visiting the shrines and receiving their blessings, you have mitigated some of the corruption's effects. Though our time together has been brief, I am so happy that we finally met. You are exactly as Zelda said. I've done everything I can for her. Now it is up to you.
Wow. So did he just fade away? Is that what happened? You're welcome, Starnum. My apologies for typing to you, but I wanted to not disturb the integrity of the cutscene. So let's see if this explains anything. Find Princess Zelda. After you offered 4 lights of blessing, the goddess statue purged gloom from your body. You're far from being restored to your former full vitality, but it was enough to open the door. Rauru said he'd done all he could for Zelda, and now that it was up to you. He then vanished, leaving you alone with the temple's final altar. Perhaps his parting words will soon be clear. Yeah? here we are. The last altar. Let's do things like this. Oh, but beforehand, I did read about something you could do with the temple here. No, I did not mean to do that. Okay, so can we... see if we can't dive through this. Yeah, I believe so. We can actually make it up here, and we can explore the top of the temple. I want to do that real quick, mostly as like a showcase of we can actually ascend these really large structures. And like see what the temple has to offer from the top. Hello? What is this? Interesting. It looks like this may be a place where power is meant to be gathered. Yeah, it looks like it's a gathering place for power. Kind of, you know, a la Ocarina of Time. I can't tell what this game wants to be a reboot of. Does it want to be a reboot of Ocarina of Time, or like retell that story? Or does it want to be something else? Of course I'm okay with either or neither. I know Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom are meant to be their own story, but I can't help but feel as though many of the places and concepts are meant to invoke a feel for the prior games, if that's making any sense to folks. Ooh, I bet we could probably just ascend these, like, structures. But there also appears to be a range. Good to know. I guess there's got to be a thin enough spot where that's gonna happen. All right, let's do things the right way. I've fiddled around with the top of the temple long enough. And don't worry, for those that are wondering, hey Coin, when are you gonna do the Koroks? When is that happening? Don't worry, it will happen. But I want to experience the game's tutorial. And that means we got a few Koroks, but I didn't go out of my way to find random or obscure ones. Or anything like that. Alright. Here's our final test. Train is our cause. Let's descend power ready. I also love the fact that you can actually see Link swimming through this. Like, I actually think that's really neat. I can't wait to make use of this in other places. Is that a... That is a restless cricket. Don't hop over. Yep. Restless cricket really just said, it really just chose over getting captured by me. Ooh, is that that is just a waterfall that pours into the sky. All right, winking out the stuff again.
Link, you must find me.
Oh, man. Wow. So we just don't have our Master Sword now. Our time with that damaged blade is over. And it's literally back to Breath of the Wild again. All over again. Wow. Just absolutely wow. I'm just double checking my hotkeys. I don't have them internalized or on index cards yet, so I'm trying to make sure. Let's read our dialogue. You didn't find Princess Zelda on the Sky Island when you awoke. When you touched the light in the Temple of Time, you felt her presence, however faintly, as a voice rang out in your mind. Link, you must find me. Where is Princess Zelda? Was there anything more she was trying to tell you? At the Temple of Time, you saw the Master Sword vanish into a mysterious light. A white dragon then rose into the sky, parting the sea of clouds. You're sure you heard Princess Zelda say, Link, you must find me. Head to the land below to look for clues to her whereabouts. There's no faster way to do that than to dive bravely from the Sky Island. I'm sure there's a better way to do that. There's gotta be a better way, a safer way to do that. And not just end up wherever. I'm gonna save. And I'm gonna see if we can't use these wings. I think the gliders require a... I can't take that out here. Yep, you just gotta dive. Nothing else for it. Yep, we just dive into the sky and we just go into the water. This definitely feels like a retooling of some of what you did in Skyward Sword. Which is cool. Then again, I'm also a person... Oh my god. Take a look at that. That's kind of hard to spot. I wish I could, do some sort of localized sharpen or something. But, there are coordinates on the map. Yes, and it's X, Z, and Y in that order. That is really freaking impressive. You can change map layers. Oh my god, this interface is so, just fantastic. There's so many nice changes in this. Hey there, Michael DS on Twitch. Welcome on in, good sir. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. I am enjoying this game immensely. We just got finished with the cutscene about Zelda taking the Master Sword and some sort of strange, luminescent dragon popping out of the clouds. And all kinds of other stuff. And, and Raru fading out of existence. That happened. That was a thing that happened. Is that... I'm gonna head for that tower, because we may want to do that. But yeah, we're back to actually running through this game. Which is just... great. Don't even think about it. Bokoblin horn. Oh, that's an interesting looking horn. Wow, they touched up so many models with this, it's not funny. A sharp horn with multiple barbs. Attach it to a weapon to increase its attack power, or cook it with a critter to make an elixir. Michael Diaz, how are things in your slice of terra firma? Pick up. Put down. Oh, we can make a cart if we wanted to? That's what these parts are here for. Hyrule Restoration Materials. Use this materials cache for all your building needs. Come find us if you would like a dream home. Hudson Construction. Ah, so Bolson has changed. We kind of knew already, but it's nice to see that what? Okay. The internet or stream sanctity might be a little more testy than normal. For whatever reason, my normal app that I use to be able to type into YouTube and stuff isn't working right. Like, it still displays the chat, but I can no longer type into it, and the chat box doesn't send in like there are a few wonky things going on, more or less, and I have to take a look and fix that. So for the time being, I actually have the legitimate YouTube video chat room ID pop-out window, and that may cause the stream to hiccup a little more than normal today. Michael DS says on Twitch says you will find some broken signs. To fix that, you'll need those materials. And then he goes on to say he's good. And how about myself? Outside of, a house with a broken air conditioner, I'm actually okay. I've got a nice bottle of Frappuccino. Hashtag not sponsored by Twix. Or Victor Allen's Coffee, because that's the brand that made this particular flavor. I can tell you that it's basically as though they added a little squeeze of caramel and a bit more like sugar. That's really about all I taste in this. It's why I like things like raspberry coffee, because at least with raspberry coffee, you have to actually put an oil in that. Like, the taste is noticeable. With this, it just feels like I'm drinking it's as if I went to a like a local grocer and picked up the normal flavor, of Starbucks coffee, Starbucks Frappuccino, the glass bottles with the dark green labels on them. Yeah, that is the normal coffee flavor. Tastes just like that. But outside of that, I'm fine. I'm also a bit excited for the days ahead. I am gonna be cooking. I'm gonna have the house to myself starting tomorrow, and that'll last up until Saturday. And I have some pasta dishes that I've bought the ingredients for today. I went and bought the pesto and the actual ingredients to make the arrabbiata sauce for the pasta arrabbiata. Arrabbiata, excuse me. That has 2 B's in it. Don't even think about it. Bokoblin Fang. It's worn down and not very sharp, but it's still pretty hard. Cook it with a critter to make an elixir, or attach it to an arrow to increase its attack power. I want the weapons you're carrying more than anything else. Boko Shield. A bokoblin made shield created by attaching a handhold to any flat tree bark picked up off the ground. It's pretty shoddy, so don't expect it to last very long. Let's see. Shields. Let's drop that for this. Michael DS on Twitch asks, do you usually buy the coffee beans and cook it, or do you buy the coffee ready to drink? By the way, you don't know if the right word is cook the coffee. No problem with that. We buy coffee normally at the house. We get coffee grounds. So that stuff is just, you put it in a coffee filter, you put it in a machine or in some sort of strainer. I know some people that actually cook or actually brew their coffee over a hot stove. I don't recommend that, but you can do it. It's the old-timey way of making it. And you just literally, you kind of like steep it. A lot more people, if you don't have like a coffee machine, they use what's called a coffee press. And you take the grounds or whole beans, you could do both, and you just squeeze them into the French press. I've never had French pressed coffee, but it's pretty good. Yeah, the word you were trying to remember was brew. Fair. I was trying to remember the word glove box the other day because normal words so often don't stay in my lexicon. I've been using a lot of emotional words lately. Those tend to stay in my lexicon, or game-related stuff. But the glove box in a car, it's like the fog brain just went into overdrive, and I just could not remember the word. And so I settled for calling it a compartment. And I'm a native. I am a native English speaker with fog brain, so if I can do that, I certainly don't expect anyone to remember this word or that word. Language is one nebulous, it's a nebulous construct anyway, at least in my opinion. You brew using the stove. I too brew using a stove. Herbal tea mainly, if I ever start doing that, or like when I was doing that in the past. Herbal tea on the stove. Coffee, usually we just get it in ground form. Like my folks are religious Folgers drinkers. That's the only brand they buy. We recently tried buying a specific brand of ground coffee called Cumberland Farms brand. Cumberland Farms brand coffee. Like Cumberland Farms is the company. It's kind of a local thing in the States. It's kind of like an off-market version of the same thing. And Cumberland Farms makes a variety of different things, sweets, chocolate, that kind of thing. So I'm not surprised that coffee is what they've tried to start doing as well. But, well, the coffee, they use Arabica beans, but the particular type of grinding procedure they use leaves a lot to be desired. They kind of look more like coffee pellets than they do, like ground coffee chunks, if anything. Michael DS on Twitch says, brew using the stove, actually, not because you're not into coffee. You don't drink the stuff, right? Would that be correct? In Brazil, it's more common to use the stove for that, but some people use the machines as well. It's a lot more people use brewing machines to make the coffee, to percolate water through the filter with the grounds in it. And then the French press is like the next biggest thing. Some people really like coffee right out of the carafe, freshly squeezed, freshly pressed. Gotta have it. Some cafes are mainly the ones that do stuff like that. Let's start making our way toward this tower. Oh, I can go on and on for coffee. I am on and on talking about coffee. I love this stuff. There's a brand of coffee that I've really been trying to like usher my folks to get like a test bag of. Oh my goodness. What is it? I have to look it up because I don't remember the name, but they have like exotic flavors like cookies and cream or praline flavor. Bones Coffee. That's the name of the company. They have like, and they use sustainable practice, like vegan oriented practices for the coffee. So they're, you know, the packaging and stuff is a bit more sustainable. Michael Diaz says, yes, they do like coffee, but rather not drink. So you probably appreciate the smell of coffee more than anything else. Take it you don't want to be hopped up on caffeine. Would that be the right framing for your reasoning? Or is it just a meh, I'm not interested in coffee, just generally speaking. Merely curious. My folks are religious drinkers. I am definitely an aficionado. I drink this stuff because I want to drink it. I'm not compelled to for energy or anything. What? Why do I have to grab it? That's weird. 5 rupees. Its shiny blue facets make you weak in the knees. A single rupee. Its soft green glow puts a smile on your face. Wow, picking up rupees, everybody. 20 rupees. Its red luster tickles your heartstrings. Does it now? I don't know about that one, Chief. I've not forgotten about the cart on the road, but I definitely want to, you know, find a reason to do that. Why? Can we search these? We can. Michael Diaz says you like the taste, but not the effects of it. The caffeine. Yeah, no, I gotcha. Here in the States, I know it's sold elsewhere. We actually have containers of decaffeinated coffee grounds. Like, they have no caffeine in them at all. Not the beans, but we do have grounds that have been properly decaffeinated. Because I do know of people, I have people in my social circles all the time that just do not drink, they do not ingest any caffeine, like at all. Hylian mushroom, a common mushroom found near trees around Hyrule. Eat it to restore half a heart. Restless cricket, a very energetic cricket. Cook it with monster parts to create a stamina recovery elixir. You weaseled under that thing? Wow. For me, I have to be careful with how much I drink. I actually sleep when I drink too much caffeine. Like, I just go straight to sleep. It's the tism in me. Like, my autism makes it so that my body does not process caffeine a specific, like, the same way most people do. So, like, there's a point where it's effective and I do get caffeine, and then there's, like, very harsh diminishing returns where I would just as soon sleep. So typically in the morning, if I ever am like, okay, I need to not drink coffee, I game. Like, that's my dopamine rush, is I game. I know that sounds strange. I'm kind of referring to gaming the same way I do a drug, but I mean, if you're doing things for dopamine, the action is not a drug, but the cause of it is getting a drug, and the drug in this case is one you make yourself, right? Hyrule herb. This healthy herb has not changed since ancient times. Cook it before eating to increase the number of hearts it restores. I want to try. Too bad I don't have any. Ooh, yes. No, get out of that slate. Wow, I'm not used to the big enemies yet. Oh, my flame emitter broke. And the wooden shield broke. I gotta be careful. Can't carry any more melee weapons. Oh my goodness. What are you? Are you like a Bokoblin chieftain? Wow, you look freaking hideous. Yeah, this guy's kind of a wimp. I'll take that, thank you. A basic two-handed sword once wielded by aspiring adventurers. It's decayed and no longer cuts well, but it can still knock a shield right out of enemies' hands. The first days after you stopped drinking coffee, I was feeling really weird, as if I was not completely awake yet. Yeah, that's your body, you know, getting adjusted to not having caffeine to keep you awake. Boss Bokoblin. A large fang dropped by a boss Bokoblin. Attach it to an arrow to increase attack power, or stew it with a critter to make an elixir. It took a week to stop. So that makes sense. Yeah. The band on this sword-shaped horn shows that it belonged to a leader. Attach it to a weapon to increase its attack power, or cook it with a critter to make elixirs. Got it. Yeah, if you don't want to feel dependency on caffeine, I totally get that. That's completely valid. Good on you for not ingesting caffeine. For me personally, I like the taste of coffee. I enjoy it, but I don't care. I'm indifferent to caffeine. I feel like I could personally do just as well without it. So for me, if I can take, I usually take my coffee decaf whenever. Well, basically, if I know that a place serves decent decaffeinated coffee, or experiments with the flavors of coffee and not so much anything else, like a good tiramisu as an example, I'll get that instead, because I quite enjoy the stuff. No way. Link? Mr. Link? Is that really you? Where have you been? No one's seen you or Princess Zelda since you went under the castle to investigate the gloom. And that's when the castle rose into the air. Everyone's been so worried about both of you. Pura has barely slept. She's been trying to figure out where you two went. At the moment, Pura should be in that building with the telescope. Please, hurry there now. She'll want to know that you're all right. Before that, though... what about that? Michael Diaz says that they know some people. Let me just make sure I can move and hear everything. That they know some people that drink coffee the whole day. Wow. Yeah, I know a couple folks that are like that too. You know, what the heck? Sorry about that, folks. I've been kind of communicating since, you know, the ad break happened out of the blue. So sorry about that. It's just, you know, even though I've worked with Firebot for a while, it's one of those things where if you don't set up, like if you don't understand why things are set up a certain way, and you slip up or make an error with the same settings, you end up getting got by your own settings, which is exactly what happened with me. But thank you so much for putting up with that. Unfortunately, I now have to do the shilling after the commercial break. I have turned on the ad alert timer. That's the one that's responsible for notifying you guys 5 minutes in advance that there is one coming. I went ahead and turned that on manually so that we should be good for the rest of the stream today. I just have to make sure I'm not starting at 1 o'clock. Like exactly at 1. I gotta start beforehand. Well, if you guys like this content, you know, timing snafus notwithstanding, you know, please consider following on Twitch or subscribing on YouTube. You get free emotes just for following on Twitch, by the way. And please also consider joining the Discord. I work pretty hard on it. Have resources on it. I have resources. We have places to post pictures, all that fun stuff. And most importantly, we do vote on games here on this channel, which I'm going to put the vote up for the next game at the start of next month. So if you guys want to be part of setting up the vote or participating in the long-term vote for that, well, you know, the Discord's the place to do it. More than anything. Michael DS, I pretty much have been talking to them the whole time during the commercial break, so I'm not going to bother reading out that particular sentence. But essentially, I was just conversing back and forth about the troubles I was having with Firebot. And Social Stream Ninja. Like, my setup's been acting weird lately. I'm gonna keep looking into it. And I've got the Firebot part figured out already. But, the other stuff is gonna be a work in progress. Ah, it's so great. Oh. This Hylian Armor series has caught your eye too? Yes, I'm tired of wearing ancient robes. The design is so cool and it fits like a glove. It's popular with travelers too, which means it's a must for adventuring. 70, 130. Oh, this economy has been depressed big time.
Hey!
Hey, welcome. It's your first time at my store, right? It's the only place to shop here in Lookout Landing. I know it looks a little thrown together, but I stock a nice selection of goods. I ran a store back in my hometown, so I hope you'll support my place here. Where'd you come from? I come from a small fishing town called Lurelin Village. It's way to the south, in the southeastern corner of Hyrule. Used to be a peaceful place, too. Then the pirates arrived. I used to run the village's general store, but when those pirates arrived, I had to grab all the goods I could carry and run. I don't know how it's going there now. I hope I can return someday, but for now, I'll just keep selling as much stuff as I can. Please let me know if there's anything you'd like. Bye. If you want something, just pick it out and let me know. You got it. Mubs and Jambo. One thing that you notice is that it's way easier to get arrows in Tears of the Kingdom. Nice. And thank you to Seribot for banning that bot advertisement. Yeah, I certainly hope it will be. It'd be nice to just be able to bloody buy arrows all the time, seeing as how we literally cannot have different arrow types. We have to make arrow types. Oh, it's you. Your arrival is sure to cause a bit of a stir. Oh, but you probably needed something, didn't you? Oh, this is your first visit. Go talk to that soldier in the center of our little fort. I want to talk to the people. I swear I saw something fall from that giant sky island. Right, I'm sure I did. It even looked kind of like... Wait, Link, is that really you? You're back. Then I won't hold you up a moment longer. Please, speak to Pura at once. I'm so glad that name was uttered. Now I know how to say it. I spent the whole of Breath of the Wild referring to her as Pura. It's Pura. Link, you're here. We've all been hoping that you'd return. Right after Hyrule Castle rose into the sky, no one could find you or the princess. When news of your disappearance made its way here to Lookout Landing, well, I heard Pura went into a serious panic. Lookout Landing? This place is known as Lookout Landing. When the gloom began to seep up from under Hyrule Castle, Pura started observing it from here. But now we're all here looking out for any signs of Princess Zelda. The whole effort is coordinated from this place. Pura is in that building over there. Please report to her right away. She'll want to know you're safe. Sure, are there soldiers on the battlements? Or maybe one in that tower up there? Feels like there should be. Link, get up there. Oh, but you know what we could do? Wow, that is just so nice to have. It's not even funny. I can't tell you how nice it is to just be like, oh, I fell down from something. Does it have like a mezzanine or a roof or something? I could just pop right back up. It's like I never lost my place in the first place. That's awesome. Anyone out here? Yep, sure. Huh? Huh? Link? Are you alone? Where's Princess Zelda? Oh, never mind. You better go talk to Pura right away. I think she's in the research lab. That's the building with the telescope. Michael Diaz, sometimes, you just forget that in English, you must say the on Tears of the Kingdom part at the end of the sentence. I hear that's a common thing in other languages where here in the original sentence, you said one thing that you noticed is that on Tears of the Kingdom is way easier to get arrows. Like, that's probably the way you would say it in your native tongue. Whereas here we would say, it's way easier to get arrows in Tears of the Kingdom, or on it, depending on your particular lexicon. The technically correct phrasing would be, it's way easier to get arrows in Tears of the Kingdom. I've noticed. I think that's the grammatically, syntactically correct way of saying it. But this is Twitch. It's the internet. It's not that deep. It's really not, and I'm not an English major. Although I did take my English very seriously. You know, outside of like a few poorly written papers in my childhood and getting an F here or there, I, for the most part, got B's, like B minuses or A pluses on my papers. I wrote really well once I got the hang of it. And I write way better than I speak. I don't know if that's a strength or a weakness, but that's at least something I know I have for sure, is that I write better than I type. And by a country mile. Huh? Link? You're back. I thought things felt different around here. I knew you'd escape the castle. You are Princess Zelda's swordsman, after all. By the way, where's the princess? I can't wait to welcome her back. I see. So she's still missing. Well, it's a big relief having you back. I'm sure you've been through a lot returning to us, so just know that Lookout Landing is here for you. Be sure to get some rest, Link. I will. But not before going to the... not before going through the super tall mega structure here. Oh... These towers are keyed to the Pura pad. Okay, we actually have to go see her before we can climb up there. Good to know. I don't believe it. No. Link, where have you been this whole time? We'd hoped you'd come back soon, but then you didn't, and now you have. Where's Princess Zelda? You didn't bring her with you? Whatever happened, please go talk to Pura first and foremost. I feel like I'm talking to a guard captain here, but that's me. She's up in her research lab. That's on the north side of our fort, up on the second floor. Hurry! Those footsteps. So those balloon things that fell from the sky are called Zonai devices. There's still so much we don't know about them. But trust my boss, Pura, to take a thing we know so little about and turn it into something useful. She's the sharpest person in Hyrule, a creative genius. Hello? Okay, Anson, I guess you're off in your own world. we might as well talk to everybody before we just go up there. Michael DS on Twitch says, yeah, I'm getting better little by little. Oh, hi, Carson. It's nice to see a fresh face. The important thing is that you keep practicing. And of course, that's not for me to say, oh, your English is not good or it sucks or whatever. That's not what I'm trying to say. But just like with anything else, it takes practice. I was practicing Italian and many years ago, and many people... the few people that I did actually speak Italian to were like, yeah, dude, you know, I don't know. I couldn't tell if you were trying to kiss me with that mouth or if you were spitting venom at that mouth, through that mouth. You need to go, clean up that Italian a bit more. Yeah. Needless to say, I haven't had a need to practice Italian in a while or anything, but, well, you should, I mean, the same principle applies. You know, if you want to get better at a language, you practice it. And you also look at the local idioms to see what people are twisting and distorting words to. Just don't pay attention to the internet. Listen to actual people speaking. Because on the internet, you're going to get people, you know, devaluing words left and right. You're going to get people watering down words every which way. And suddenly words like racist and Nazi don't mean what people thought they meant anymore. Not trying to be extreme or get political, but... like, I'm only mentioning those things because that is those are common words that have been somewhat watered down. The same for anything in life? Too true, good sir. You must practice to get better. Precisely. Precisely. Carson says, sorry, but I've got my hands full right now. If it's building materials you're after, I suggest you start by cutting a tree down. After that... Hey, hold on. I thought that might be you, Link. Wow, what a relief. You're safe. I was seriously worried about you. Where have you been anyway? Sorry, just relieved you're back. So, you know Pora's here, right? You gotta see her right away if you haven't yet. But wow, I can't even tell you how happy I am to see you here at Lookout Landing. Alright, let's go talk to Mr. Robbie first, and then we can deal with Miss Pura. Ah, what a fine afternoon. Ah, yes, little Mr. Beansprout Robbie here. Hey, you! Where have you been? Head of Poor Pad Development. Did she reduce you to being a supervisor, Robbie? Is Pura the headmaster, the chief researcher now? Don't answer that. Tell me later. For now, you should hurry and go talk to Pura. She's been in a tizzy ever since you and the princess disappeared. She's in the building with a telescope. You mean the one you're in front of? Up on the second floor. Go see her and give her some peace of mind, will ya? Sure. Pose. What? I'm sorry, what? I not mean to place those pins. What is all this? Wait a minute. What do you think you're doing? Stealing!
Spill it, boy.
Joshua needs that for her chasm research. Don't touch any of it without her permission. I'll get in big trouble if you do. Oh my god. You were so bushwhipped, dude. It's not even funny. I'm sorry. It's hard to take Robbie seriously when this is the circumstance I see him in again. Michael DS on Twitch says that they feel they've improved a lot on structuring sentences since they've started chatting on Twitch. Yeah, that's gotten a lot better. I'm not trying to say that to like patronize or anything. Promise. I really do mean that. You've worked really hard at that, and it shows. Yes, Robbie. I thought the arrows weren't part of the research. Fine. I won't sully Link's good name with any more thievery. For now. And then I'll go find a nearby home to terrorize and, you know, crack open the pots of. Like Link traditionally does.
Oh, give it a rest.
You're very welcome, Michael DS. What the heck? Oh, we just went outside the fort there. Okay. Let me head back and not do that. Okay, we actually have to head up here. Wow, it really seems like you could have just... I don't know. Game, maybe... Oh, hi. Are those glasses? Those are glasses.
What?
That hair, those eyes, Doc.
Oh.
Dr. Pura. The swordsman has returned. Dang it. Oh.
Okay. Now where have you been? Linky, you're not a ghost, are you? Hey. That looks interesting. Phew. One step at a time. What exactly happened? So when you and Princess Zelda go beneath Hyrule Castle, you discover a mysterious mummy which suddenly reanimates. Then Zelda falls into a fissure and vanishes. That must have been when the castle rose and the ruins fell. Then, later, you wake up on a sky island, saved by the arm that was stuck to the mummy. You get the Pura pad from an unusual creature, and learn that your new arm belonged to someone named Rauru. The Master Sword disappears. You hear the princess's voice, and find your way here.
Wow. Pura has managed to, you know, reverse her aging. That's a good thing. She looks good. I like her design. Michael DS on Twitch says, one thing you must do is to stop watching Portuguese videos on YouTube and replace it with English videos. I mean, that could help. I don't know if I would necessarily go so far as to say stop watching videos in Portuguese. I think it's still important that you do that for cultural reasons or you know, mental health reasons. You need some time where you're sitting in your native tongue. Don't overwhelm your brain with English. Do what you want, of course. I'm not trying to tell you what to do, but go at your own pace. But making swaps over to English videos would help a little. Just be careful. Make sure you get, if you're gonna watch videos for the purposes of like practicing English, what you may want to do, Michael DS, this is just a suggestion, make of it what you will, would be to turn on English subtitles and make sure the subtitles are very good. Documentaries, like YouTube movies if you can access them. Something like that. You just want good subtitles. Subtitles are critical. Or another good way, and I know this sounds a little bit strange, but anime that has English dubbing on it has subtitles as is required. And you can also turn on subtitles with the English dubbing. If you can find those, you should do that. That'll really help out, because that English has to be crystal clear. Outside of, anything alliterative or like a proper noun. As is often the case in any kind of anime these days. There's usually some other world you're dealing with. Michael Diaz says, not stopping completely, but watching more English videos as well. Yep, exactly. You've got a good frame of mind for that.
What?
Then...
What?
Are you saying you came from up there? Yeah. What of it? This Rauru you met. I think that's what the first king of Hyrule was named. Are they one and the same? So much of this doesn't make sense yet. But I'm certain that mummy you found under the castle must be related to the upheaval. The castle rising up, the ruins falling down from the sky. The mummy must be connected to it somehow. And then there's the most important detail of all. You're sure that you heard the princess speak to you? And she gave you a clear message to find her? If that truly was the princess, then that means she's alive. Maybe she's trapped beneath the castle and needs help. That settles it. I know you only just returned, Link. But I need you to meet with the search party up by Hyrule Castle. They've been searching tirelessly for you two. The captain in charge of the search is named Haz. Work with him to find the princess as quickly as you can.
Yes.
I know that mummy may still be lurking somewhere around here. There. Good lord. Which is concerning to say the least, but we have more immediate problems to deal with right now. I'm counting on you, Linky. We have character profiles. Oh my goodness, this is way more developed. This game... So, I would say... This is just... I'll get to reading comments in a second, I promise. If there is any game that I would say is the closest to a Dark Souls game, it would be Breath of the Wild. This feels so much more than that. It would be like if Elden Ring actually had, like, character profiles or a place to store lore from, like, transcribed items as you collect it. That would be really good. The closest I could think to this would be Elden Ring Reforged. There is a bestiary feature that was added on top, along with codexing and profiling enemies that you kill and stuff. The codex adds descriptions of things, along with stats and other stuff. It's a really awesome feature in Elden Ring Reforged. I highly recommend you check out the mod for yourselves. Michael Diaz says, I agree with you, stopping completely would be very unnecessary. You want to do 30 or 40% of the time in English and the rest on Portuguese? Yep. I would say that's a good mix. Probably closer to 40%. Once you get established, but you'll find a ratio that works for you. Michael Diaz then also goes on to say, this game is Breath of the Wild, but improved. Yeah, and it feels more like a Zelda game in some respects. So let's read, shall we? Pura, head of Lookout Landing. The highest authority on ancient technology. She has served Princess Zelda's family for much of her life and has worked with the princess to research the Zonai civilization. Most recently, they started an investigation into the outbreak of gloom. She has used herself as a test subject in her experiments. Despite being over a century in age, she reversed her aging to the extreme and actually looked like a child not too long ago. Who's the child then? Is that her daughter? Did she have a daughter? Oh my goodness. Wow, we got a full-blown profile tracker, everybody.
What?
Poor Princess Zelda, all alone beneath the castle with that creepy mummy. I don't even know what I'd do if it were me down there. Just thinking about it gives me the willies. Swordsman, you gotta rescue Princess Zelda. Let's read more. Robbie, an engineer whose eccentric style adds a lot to his reputation as a wild genius. He once helped Link from his research facility at the Akala Ancient Tech Lab. Since then, he's moved to the Hateno Ancient Tech Lab to help Pura develop the Pura Pad. Robbie thinks he did much of the work on the device, so he's a bit grumbly that it's not named after him. Get a grip, Robbie. Get over it. Raru. Source of the right arm. Someone who shares a name with the first king of Hyrule. He claims the strange arm Link finds himself with was once his. Before he disappeared, leaving more questions than answers, he also said that he learned of Link's existence from Princess Zelda. And then Zelda herself. Princess of Hyrule, the heir to a power that imprisons darkness. She sacrificed her freedom over 100 years ago to keep Calamity Ganon sealed away and prevent him from further destroying Hyrule. After Link helped free her from that long duty, she committed herself to rebuilding and restoring Hyrule, but has now gone missing. Okay, and then we're reading more. Like I told you guys, I was going to give you as much of the dialogue as I possibly could. Let's see. We already read that. After descending from the Sky Island where you awoke, you returned to the Kingdom of Hyrule and reunited with Pura at Lookout Landing. You learned that she's been directing search efforts in the kingdom. Work with Pura to find Princess Zelda. Crisis at Hyrule Castle. Hyrule Castle rose into the air at the start of the upheaval, which tore apart the earth underneath it. Pura believes that Princess Zelda may have called out to you from deep in the earth. Join the search for the princess below Hyrule Castle. Find Princess Zelda. And that's it. That's all of it. Alright, Pura. Introduce me. If the princess really did tell you to find her, then you better do so, and quickly. Captain Haas has been leading a search below Hyrule Castle. Talk to him to see how you can help out. You must reach the princess quickly if she's there. In the end, I think the most important thing is to have at least a little touch with English every day. Yes, sir. Good head on your shoulders. I like the way you think on that. A little bit of practice goes a long way. And not just reading, but writing. I wish I had done that with Italian. So at most I can like read words in Italian, but I can't, and I can order the words as I make sense of them, but I can't write it or speak it. And I can only speak some of the words anyway. So definitely don't just read the words, but write. I guess in your case, English is like kind of required, so you won't have issues with that. But at the same time, like writing more than normal would also help. And then having your writing peer reviewed helps more. Hey you, do you have any idea how worried we've been? So that's the arm, huh? I overheard Pura talking about it. I see. Yeah, it's pretty weird, all right. Nope, now's not the time for distractions. That's got to wait until later. Anyway, I heard you got yourself the Pura Pad now. You know, that Pura Pad of yours could get a lot more powerful. I know its real potential. I've got big plans for that device, but first I need to help Joshua with her investigations into the depths. But then, oh yes, then I will head back to the lab in Hateno Village to resume my research. So once I'm able to finish up here, you should join me there. Okay, anyone... Are people gonna start saying different things? Sorry I didn't greet you when you first arrived here. Like, I'm gonna drop the voice for this guy, by the way. I was just so relieved to see you. My name is Scorpus. I've been charged with managing Lookout Landing. If you have any questions about the place, any at all, come right to me. I'll answer as best as I can. Now, please allow me to open up the emergency shelter. What? Emergency shelter?
You!
Hey, it's me. Open up. Writing helps in speaking as well because you have to form the sentence. Yep. I have faith in your ability that you'll be able to master English with enough time and effort, which you're already showing. That's awesome. I hope you learn many more fantastic things about the English language. And I know that in English, specifically as it relates to US English, but I feel it's partially true in most other versions of it, we don't have certain expressions or phrases. Like, English is not the best at expressing emotional parlance. It's a video I've watched the other day where someone basically said the strength in English is not, it's not in poetry, but in prose. Even among like Middle English, or like any writings you might have seen from, I don't know, Shakespeare or Nathaniel Hawthorne or writers and authors like that. The strength of the English language is not in expressing emotions. I think Portuguese might be a little bit better at that than English. I know Italian is like really good at expressing emotional words, and so is French. I've heard a lot that I've heard people in France. I've heard that people in France often complain that American English, but it's been said about other Englishes as well, are very coarse and unrefined and very debased in extreme cases. I don't know if I agree with that, but what can I say? We're better at, I wouldn't say we're better, but I think English is good at writing newspapers and technical manuals and not so much poetry. Michael Diaz says, you don't care to sound like a native? Fair. Just want to be able to speak and understand well. That makes you sound like a pretty good native English speaker to me already. That's kind of the mindset that most teachers attempt to instill in their students when teaching English. I heard about it all the time when I was in college taking my humanities. That would be like poetry, like composition, writing, art, so on. Those are the humanities for those that don't know. All the time. Like extolling the virtues and vices or strengths and weaknesses of different languages, and how certain things do and certain things do and don't translate into English. You find English a limited language compared to Portuguese, to be honest? Is it the idioms and expressions? Like, I definitely know in Italian there are a lot more expressions for very specific emotions. Or in even German or French, there are like expressions for specific feelings and specific circumstances, and we don't really have that. Or another common thing that English doesn't have is a lot of tensing. We have past, like we have like the past, the active present, the passive present, and like the sort of like the passive and active future tenses. We have like 4 or 5. Most other languages that I'm familiar with have at least 6. I know Italian has like 7, if I recall correctly. So, like, we just don't have phrases for specific slices of time either. It's not even that precise, I suppose. Scorpus then goes on to state, this underground vault used to be an emergency shelter for the royal family. Now we're making constant use of it. Feel free to make yourself at home in our vault. Use any equipment you want. Link, welcome, welcome. Call me Mont. You will find me employed as the gatekeeper of this fine establishment. This is the emergency shelter where all are welcome. Please stay as long as you like. Indeed, this place was originally used by the royal family as a safe haven in times of need. It's quite old, so we've been fixing it up as we go, you see. At this point, we've stockpiled some supplies, and I find it to be downright cozy. I, Mont, have been tasked with the illustrious duty of watching the entrance of this renowned emergency shelter. You just stand watch. Got it. You didn't need to say all that. My tasks involve taking orders from my superiors regarding when to open or shut the entryway. Michael DS on Twitch says, I don't know why exactly, but the emotional expression is 1 point against it for sure. It being English. Yeah, that's like a really common thing I hear about. Hey there, NK. Welcome on in. Good to see you, good sir. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. You asked if I completed regional phenomena already. I am not even there yet. Currently, my only goals are to find Zelda and join the search party. But I'm kind of taking stock of everything first. You know, walking around Lookout Landing and getting familiar with it. A noble task indeed. Hi. Watch your footing when using the ladder. If only one could go straight through the ceiling rather than using a tiresome ladder. But I digress. I can, you know, I could probably make you blush with that, Mont, but I'm not going to. Nah. So you're Link, huh? Some of the soldiers were just telling me. As a simple man from Lurelin, yeah, we met you, Gurini. Remember, we unlocked the secrets of a shrine together. This guy doesn't remember. I'm a little starstruck. We don't see a lot of celebrities back home. Oh. Lurelin Village is a fishing town in East Necluda, far to the southeast. Used to be a popular resort thanks to its sandy white beaches and gorgeous views of the sparkling sea. Then we got attacked by pirates. Now no one's living there, let alone running the shops. But listen to me getting all gloomy. There is an upside. If not for the pirates, my wife and I wouldn't have come here. I should just shut my trap and enjoy the charms of Lookout Landing. It's okay to be wistful of, you know, wanting better times for your homeland. You don't need to put that down or anything. I thought that because in 1.2.1, tiers, you don't have the emergency shelter until you complete the temples. I might need to check for the I haven't updated the game. I don't know what state I got the game in when my sibling ported the cartridge data virtually to me. I'll check for an update, let's say tomorrow. Like sometime between now and tomorrow. And if it turns out, you know, that what you're saying is really the case, not that I don't believe you, then, you know, I'll go ahead and replay up to this point without having talked to Gurini, obviously. Mine's hooked to the internet, so I would sure hope that it would tell me I got an issue with updates, but I hope that Nintendo would, like, send out something if I had an issue with updates. Is it okay if you check what version? Let me finish the dialogue, and sure. Beds. You believe that? In my village, you couldn't find these anywhere but at the inn. No, not the capture. Silly off-market controller. That will be under options. I'm on version 1.4.1. I would think that the versions will be going up, not down. So like if 1.2.1 is if 1.2.1 is like the most recent update, I don't understand why I wouldn't already have that or whatever. But I believe I have sufficiently checked the version. Let's keep walking around for the time being.
Oh,
Hey, I know that face. And any face I know is the face of a friend. All I did was I talked to the guard captain up there, or like the main manager for you know, this place. Ah, okay. That explains the discrepancy. I'm on version 1.2.1 because you did not update your game. Makes sense. I only remember 1.4.0 tiers update because of the Switch 2. Interesting. That might be worth discussing when we go over you know, cutting room floor material at the end. Let me write that down actually. Just went and grabbed a pen from my desk. Okay, got it. Just gonna set that aside. Michael DS on Twitch asked, why won't you make a custom subscriber badge on Twitch? Ooh, you know what? To be quite honest, I just never thought about it. I got bit badges, but I don't have a subscriber badge. Let me write that down. I'll have to think about what I want that design to be, but I have scribbled that idea down. Thank you, Mr. Michael DS. Much appreciated. Let's get back to the dialogue. And any face I know is the face of a friend. How's your marriage with Robbie going, Jaren? That's what I'm concerned about. Please, Link, help yourself to anything in this shelter. It's all yours to use as you see fit. But don't you dare go making a mess of this place and kicking up dust. To answer your question more succinctly, Michael DS, is I guess I just never really thought about it. Or at the time that the subscriber badges came out, I sort of figured, oh, the stuff I make isn't very good. I'm not great at making art anyway. So I'm like, I have to wait for commissions. I have to wait to commission someone. Well, my skills have gotten a lot better over like probably the X number of years that badge has been out. This star is very standard. Yes, sir. I hear you. I have written down your request for a custom subscriber badge. I will get to work on that relatively soon. I didn't think anyone would really care about that. It's nice to know that people care about that. Thank you for your input. I spend so much time cleaning in here, and there's still endless amounts of dust. Where does all this dust even come from anyway? Ooh, one thing I will say for sure is, this is just like random, not at all related to our conversation, but I mentioned earlier on stream that, you know, I recently bought groceries for when I'm going to be at the house by myself starting tomorrow. I got some wonderful pasta dishes. I got some wonderful pasta dish recipes that I've stowed away for tomorrow and Friday. Tomorrow I'm going to be making chicken pesto pasta, and I'm going to be taking a picture of that when I get finished with it. And hopefully I'll be able to put that on the Discord for you guys to look at. I know I'm not an influencer. But food is a universal love, everybody. And I hope everybody likes food pictures. That's like one of the things I have put on the server, my personal Discord server before, along with pictures of me and all my ties. Here's a question I can ask everybody. How do you guys feel about men's or women's fashion? My audience has more men than women in it, so I suppose, or more AMAB people, assigned male at birth people, than assigned female at birth people. So I'm more curious about the male fashion world and how you guys view that stuff, but I'm curious what your thoughts are. Suits, jeans, khakis, shorts, like, or common male dress trends. What do you guys think about that stuff? I follow some trends. It's like one of the things I do follow outside of like jewelry or food. Michael DS says tomorrow is a national holiday in Brazil. Ooh, what holiday? I'm not super worldly, so I'm very interested in hearing about this. Chemo. Today in the Lucky Clover Gazette, mysterious shrines appear all over the world overnight. Shrines appear everywhere due to shifts caused by the upheaval. With Pura as their leader, the Zonai survey team begins thorough investigations the world over. Huh, guess this paper is a little old. Remnants from the Zonai civilization have started popping up all over. This calls for the Zonai survey team. Well, it should call for that, but instead they've got me hanging out here until further notice. I even spent loads of hours memorizing everything in the Zonai survey team book over there. Guess the best thing to do now is to stay on top of the news in each region, so I'm even more prepared when the call comes. Freezing temperatures bring feathery shivers to Rito. The Rito are all over the newspaper lately. They live out in the Heber region, if I recall. It's in the snowfields of northwest Hyrule. Some surveyors grouse about going there because of... Is it grouse or grouse? Hold on. We talked about English words earlier. I've come across one I don't use very often. I gotta hear it for myself. Might be grouse, now that I'm thinking about it, but... And I'll get to that comment in just a second. I'm gonna Google the pronunciation on this very quickly. Grouse. Okay. Grouse. You don't even say the E. Okay, grouse. Surveyors grouse about going there because of how cold it is. Okay. Interesting choice of words, Sila. And then, I think that might be Corpus Christi. No, that's a city. Ah, the Feast of Corpus Christi. Or... Ah, I know it more as the Solemnity of the Most Holy Body and Blood of Christ. It's a liturgical ceremony. Well, I hope you have a good time during that holiday, to say the least, Michael DS. I would surmise, since it's a liturgical holiday, that's not a guarantee you actually follow said holiday, but I hope you find something fun to do during that. Really and truly. When all they need to do is bring proper gear and supplies for cold resistance, and go to the Rito Inn to sleep on a luxuriously fluffy down bed. I know it's important to be on standby here, but I wish they send me out on a survey already. Someone wants to go sleep in a fluffy down bed. And not at all. It has nothing at all to do with the training. You just want to sleep in a bed. You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. Michael DS says, yes, corpus means body in Latin. It sure does. So the body of Christ. Yeah, it's very much a liturgical ceremony. Well, it's a Christian holiday, so you either like believe in it and you enjoy the holiday, or for what it is, excuse me. You believe in it and enjoy the holiday for what it is, or c'est la vie, you don't and you find a different reason to enjoy the day. There's no reason that, you know, the Christian body of the world should have a monopoly on how people spend Corpus Christi. In my personal opinion, anyway. That is the cue for the alarm for the advertisements that'll be coming in around 4 minutes. That is my cue to do the major shilling for the day. I know I've talked about the free, easy methods to help the channel grow, and you even get emotes for your trouble if you're here on Twitch. And of course, you guys being here is more than enough for me. But if you do want to financially contribute or help out in some form, I have plenty of avenues for this. Some are baked in on Twitch. I mean, Twitch shoves it in your face. Some are, you know, in the About Me section under the donations panel. I have all that stuff listed there. For you guys on YouTube, I'm going to recommend that you check the description. There should be a Linktree link. And in there is the Patreon and Coffee icons. Click on those and you'll be able to look at the memberships page. Whether it's $6 on Twitch or, you know, free Prime Gaming for the most part. You don't get the ad elimination with Prime Gaming, but you do get the rest. Or $1 on Patreon or Coffee per month. Either way gets you all the lovely Discord benefits. I release thumbnails early for preview before putting them up on YouTube and so on. But do definitely feel free to check out any, all, or none of those. Or I wouldn't blame you if you used an ad blocker, because you need to be able to do that to survive in today's internet. Just saying. Anyway, thank you guys for listening to me shill and putting up with that. Nobody likes to hear that stuff. The commercial breaks are 3 minutes long. There will be a timer on the screen. As soon as that timer is over, we'll be right back to the gaming. Just like the advertisement alert said. Hey there, Razby. Welcome back on in. Good to see you, good sir. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind today, and I hope you enjoy your stay. How are things in your slice of terra firma, if you don't mind my asking? Things in my slice of terra firma are, well, it is what it is, I suppose. Ooh, what's this book? And also, is that concept art for Zelda right over there on that plastered paper? Michael DS says, how can I explain this? I'm not a specifically Catholic person. Neither am I. You're a Christian person. Most people would call me a fundamentalist or a non-denominational Christian. That is how I would describe my faith to people. I'm very much I'm a humanitarian first, and I follow my faith second. I guess that particular way I observe my faith is unique, but I am a non-denominational Christian. I do not subscribe to be a Baptist or a Methodist or a Catholic or Lutheran. or an Episcopalian, or insert any other flavor of Christian you want to have. I don't subscribe to any of that. I subscribe to the purely what is written in the book with some seasoning added, because some things I think it gets lost on a lot of people that I have to wait until the adverts come back. My goodness, I'm sorry, everybody. Even had the alert 5 minutes ahead of schedule to not get myself caught up in answering a statement willy-nilly. Michael DS was here for when I got caught off guard the first time. It caught us all off guard. Firebot wasn't working correctly. This time I only stuck my own foot in my mouth, and I have no one to blame for getting cut off midway but myself. Let me go back, because I missed a lot in the process of, like, doing a couple of other things. Let's see. Just wiggle the stick a bit. Yeah, I think you and I kind of share a similar, not similar, but we're not exactly direct observers of the Christian faith. Rasby says, well, you do not subscribe to be a Catholic or whatever. I do, to the not to the religion, but the channel. Thank you so much for your coffee subscription, good sir. I will do my best to honor that subscription with both your name on this plaque as soon as I can flash it up. You'll have your name. You'll have... let me talk to you about that, actually, Rasby, so that I can put the correct name you want people to see on the panel. But I do intend on putting some sort of recognition of you for doing that. Just Rasby? Sure. That I'm still going to confirm that with you in private to be absolutely crystal clear about that. But I will do that. But thank you. I appreciate the subscription, good sir. Michael DS, was that a question directed to... Oh, I feel that was a general direction, but you know my answer to my belief in God already. So I think that might have been at Rasby there. This looks like a conversation between the two of you, so I won't read some of this. Michael DS then says, but answering my question, you'll spend the holiday at home. That's usually what I do with holidays, is I end up being a homebody, just chilling. I wish I was less of a homebody. I wish. Like, I wanted to attend a Pride event this month. Didn't happen. Hate that. But probably for the best. Because right now, the bigger thing is like the No Kings protests that are happening. Which those would be the real events to attend in the first place. Just Rasby, but you're fine if people know your name. Okay. Again, I will confirm, I will talk to you later about that, just to be absolutely clear, but thank you for giving me the preliminary statement on that. And you're gonna lurk. Very well, good sir. Enjoy your lurk. And with that, we're going to get to reading the survey journal here. The mysterious ruins that have appeared due to the upheaval, with strange dome-like protrusions we're calling shrines. They are believed to be from the Zonai civilization, but exact details regarding these shrines are unknown. When observing shrines as well as fallen ruins, take note of their shape, the sky above, and the surrounding environment. Surveying chasms. Large holes appeared all over the world after the upheaval. They release gloom and are known as chasms. Gloom is physically harmful to people. Direct contact should be avoided. If the effects of gloom are making you feel ill, evacuate from the chasm immediately. Before entering any chasm, be sure to ask permission from Joshua, the leader of the chasm surveys. What about your team's purpose? We of the Zonai survey team were founded and tasked by Princess Zelda to study ruins and ancient documents. Through the lens of archaeological understanding, it is her hope that we will uncover the deep history of Hyrule. Due to the upheaval, many ruins from the Zonai civilization came crashing down from the sky. We have known very little of the Zonai, but we may now have evidence that their culture once flourished in the sky above. Our chief executive is Taro, the first individual in the world to find a clue to deciphering Zonai script. Our current surveys are wholly focused on learning more about the Zonai civilization. Research results are shared out to specialists at the base in Kakariko Village. Wow. No, don't examine that, please. It's the same Wartsworth? That face. I'm sorry. It's just the it looks sort of silly, but he is holding an expression. It's the same Hyrulean script, and yet it's so different from our modern language. I still have a lot to learn. Your eyes were... Never mind. Don't tell me. Based on your stature, physique, and distinctive right arm, you must be Link. Am I right? Pura has told me so much about you. I'm Wordsworth. My research specialty is ancient Hyrulean. And by ancient Hyrulean, I don't mean the text found in the ring ruins, but something different. It's what we call the language used at the time of Hyrule's founding. Our modern language is built on that foundation. These books here are written in that ancient tongue. They look like gibberish to your average Hyrulean. Are you curious about ancient Hyrulean? I don't have anything to show you as things stand right now, but I'm sure I'll someday have results posted and ready for all to see at the lab at in Kakariko Village.
Oh?
Hey, are you new here? You may scoff, but I know a fresh face when I see one. I feel like I'm in the Twilight Princess area in Hyrule City, you know, Thelma's Inn or whatever, where she and her friends all were kind of secretly and covertly solving problems throughout Hyrule or doing research. This kind of reminds me of that, but bigger. I can say that because I'm a newcomer too. My name's Bermano, and they put me in charge of cooking for some reason. I want to say something fancy like, for today's menu, we have a fruit and mushroom mix that'll rev you right up. Yeah, I was really looking forward to saying that, but I'm plumb out of apples. If I don't have my most important ingredient, say goodbye to rich, full flavor. My nose is detecting an aroma, a sweet, tangy, pleasant aroma. Could it be? Do you have an apple? Yeah, here you go. Take an apple. Wow, you're really generous. I'm giving you first crack at some grub. Hold on a second. Oh. I'm calling. Why are you stanced up? You don't need to be stanced up. Calm down. It's just a food item, man. I'm calling it Bermano's Special Fruit and Mushroom Mix. Looks tasty, doesn't it? Don't be full of yourself. It's just plain fruit and mushroom mix. Link could be a better bona fide chef than you. This dish contrasts... Yeah, we've already read this, Steven. I like to make a big deal out of it, but anyone can make it. All you need is an apple, a mushroom, and a pot. You should try making some. Wow, side quest done. Just from having bumped into an apple or two earlier. Oh, hey, is that you, Link? Michael DS says people who usually study biology or the sciences tend to be atheists. Tend to be. I'm an exception. I had my faith long before I was through college. I found it in high school, actually. I used to be a bit of a nihilist before that. That was a very unhappy time in my life. I found my faith through my senior project, and I couldn't be a happier person. Now, do I go proselytize and spread the good news as no doubt is mentioned in the Bible? No. That's not really my thing. But I do know I genuinely and earnestly do have belief in the Lord. Where I fail to see some of the compunction is in the interpretation of scripture for my peers and the sometimes anti-humanitarian efforts that interpretations of that script take on or are twisted into being. Spirituality is fine. Religion can be a problem. Like, religious dogma can be a problem. That's very good that I can divide things out. I could sit here and say the origin of cellular life is, you know, it harkens back to the old days when Earth was first forming its atmosphere. And if we didn't have conditions for oxygen, life would not have ever gotten its start. I could sit here and say that. And also turn around and say, well, maybe it's by design that it's like that. Do we know if it's by design? No. So we shouldn't say that when we're talking about the science of it. That should be kept out. Because religion and spirituality is very much a philosophical thing. It is a spiritual thing. It is not a... it is not mired or anchored or based, I guess, if I were to use the plainest word possible. Religion and spirituality are not based in the physical world. They're in the world of the psyche. They're in the world of spirit. Things we either can't see, can't hear, or we imagine or think of ourselves as a way to derive purpose. That is not the job of science. Science explains things. It's just that people want explanations for everything. And so, at some point, the science stops being able to explain. So where do people turn to next? Usually, it's religion. But it can also just be the voices in your own head. I don't know how to properly write this, but like divide science and faith, divide things from science and faith. The two can coexist. Yes, sir. You're speaking truth. You're speaking the truth. These things can coexist. They don't have to impede each other. Not all science is good science. Not all religion is bad. There are good things in either. There are good things in both. It mostly comes down to what do people do with the things that they think about or the things that they make or discover. Like gunpowder can be used to say, like the invention of gunpowder and the discovery of combustion can be used to save people from collapsing caves or to fuel reactors for nuclear energy. Or you could put it at the bottom of the barrel of a gun, and when it fires, it releases a lead bullet that kills someone. Not all science. There are bad applications. There are evil applications for just about every scientific advancement you can think of. There are also bad things that people do in the name of religion. We hear it on the news all the time. But there are also good things that people do in the name of religion that although they don't need to cloak it in their religion in order to do it, to them it helps them feel better about it. And it's best not to. I take a personal policy of if people need to observe their religion in order to do acts of good, let them do that, because it is more dangerous if they don't. At least long term. Michael Diaz says, for example, I don't agree with some statements in science, but with other ones you agree. I think with most statements in science, I want to be careful with saying they're statements, because one of the things you learn in STEM, that's science, technology, engineering, and medicine, is that science doesn't say anything. It observes what is, it reports what is. It says, based on all the observations we're making, this is what things appear to be and how things work. It doesn't say, oh, it definitely works this way, or it definitely works how you're thinking. No, it doesn't do that. It doesn't make affirmative statements. The only thing in science that you could be sure of, for the most part, is that if there is a statement of negation, like we know for sure things don't work this way, science is pretty good at being able to confirm that. We take statements of negation very seriously. Oh, hey, is that you, Link? I've been nose down, so I don't know what's happening around me half the time. That's pretty involved, so I'm going to keep sitting here while I wrench on this. You might have heard, but when the upheaval happened, all of the weapons decayed. I poured so much energy into trying to fix them, but it's been no use. Decayed? Yeah, just before the upheaval, gloom began pouring out of the ground. It clung to the weapons, pulsing as if alive. We watched as the weapons rotted to pieces right before our eyes. It was all pretty wild, and I don't understand how it happened. At a time when the Hyrule Castle can float, I've given up trying to make sense of most things. Smart man. Don't rack your brain, breaking it, trying to make sense of things you can't understand. Just accept it. Acceptance is a pretty big thing to have to learn. Oh yeah, in case nobody has mentioned yet, You're welcome to the weapons over there. Though they probably won't be much use to you since they're, you guessed it, decayed. Boko Reaper, an average sword used largely by travelers. The blade has decayed, but it can still serve some purpose. Traveler's Sword, an average sword used largely by travelers. The blade has decayed, but it can still serve its purpose. I am definitely going to be dumping off a wooden stick. Ooh, you know what I can do, though? I can probably use a wooden stick with the Reaper there. Or I could do it like this, sure. Oh, that is an already fused weapon. Okay, that must be a stick and a bokoblin horn mixed together. Michael DS says, to be specific, I don't think that the Big Bang Theory is real. I don't think the world came out of nowhere. Well, the Big Bang Theory is a bit more complicated than that. And there is science that shows that at one point, the energy of the universe was coalesced into a specific concentrated mass, and at some point, something destabilized it and caused it to explode. We don't know what destabilized it, so I think there's still room for, you know, divine creation, like the idea of divine creation. Oh, maybe God spurred on the thing that destabilized this coalesced mass, and thus our universe was born, so to speak. Maybe that's what happened. I think there's still room for that. That already is kind of on the edge of what science can explain as is. The real big thing when it comes to discrepancies between, you know, religious adherence or spiritual understanding and the physical world is, as long as you don't try to make those two things say something they're not saying, then they can coexist fine. As you said earlier, like, science and religion can coexist, but people need to make religion not try to explain how things work, and science needs to not try to needs to not idealize how the world should be. Science explains what is. It could be used to progress towards something else, but it had better be rooted in the physical world. It should not be used for some other purpose. That's like a strictly human thing that leaves the realm of the physical world and enters the realm of spirit, the realm of spirituality, where people don't necessarily believe things that are rooted in logic or rooted in the real world. Things like that. I know we're getting into a very complicated topic, and I know I'm using a lot of big words there, but to distill that into simpler terms, it's mostly just people need to make sure that science and religion are not saying things or not expressing things they shouldn't say. A scientist or the scientists should not tell you how to live life. They perhaps might tell you what to do with it. Like in the real world. Religion or lack thereof, maybe it's even just down to relative moral ethics, are the things that tell you how you would live in this world. Link, right? You really are that Link guy, aren't you? I heard folks talking about you, and your face matches the one on the poster. Oh, sorry, you wanted a bed, yeah? You can go ahead and take whatever empty bed you like. Nap and sleep talking is particularly audible here, so you probably want to bed a little farther from him. His physical condition has been deteriorating ever since he investigated one of the chasms. That's despite how long he's been back, which has been quite a while. He still hasn't made much of a recovery. The chasms. The upheaval created massive openings across the land known as chasms. In fact, there's one nearby just beneath Hyrule Castle and another to the south of Lookout Landing. But if you go plumbing those depths, you'll come across plenty of gloom. You touch that stuff and your health will take a turn for the worse. Anyway, there's a young girl named Joshua who's been heading up investigations into the chasms. Despite her age, she's been leading the charge. Pretty remarkable, if you ask me. Nope, 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 not going near chasms anymore. Nasty gloom, it's everywhere. Making everyone sick. Making me sick. Glad I ate the yellow plant stuff from the gloom specialist. Any more gloom and I'd be canoeing down old Death River. Work my tail off for Joshua. Kid runs circles around Pura and Robbie. She loves research. Me, I'm sick to death of chasm research. At least I'm starting to feel better, but I think I'll lie low and keep lying down. Keep lying here. Let's, scare people. What? You swim through that solid substance, Link. Michael DS on Twitch says, yes, I think we need to filter the things according to what we believe. I think so. And I think it's important that in a world where... Oh, we should probably see this. Hang on.
Witness the blood moon's rise. When its red glow shines upon the land, the aimless spirits of slain monsters return to flesh. Just as they did in a war long past. The world is threatened once again.
Just wanted to make sure we saw that. I'll probably skip after that. Because I'm pretty sure the Blood Moon dialogue is always the same, but... Robbie, did you see that? Yes, yes. Alright, for now, I still kind of think we're in tutorial mode, so we need to, like, kind of just do what the game tells us right now. Because if we look at our adventure log, yeah, we don't yet have the one where we need to go out and experience parts of the world yet. Michael DS says we always end in a complex topic. Tell me about it. But that's how things are in here at Coinstamp, aren't they? We don't shy away from topics of religion, philosophy, or some politics. I've been trying to have a whole lot less of that, but... or specifically as it relates to US politics, I'm going to go insane if I keep talking about it, but it is important. Welcome back, Mr. Rasby. Hope you enjoyed your lurk. You've come in at the point where we have now finished traveling into Lookout Landing, and we are on our way toward the Hyrule Castle, I guess, crater, and we're gonna see what the game has to offer for us in terms of chasms and stuff. An average spear carried by travelers for protection. It's decayed and doesn't cut well, but the shape makes it easy for anyone to use. What? I'm sorry, what? That is so interesting and so weird all at once. A pot lid. The lid of a large soup pot. It smells vaguely of poultry broth. Yum! It could take quite a beating before breaking. Since you guys are carrying out a conversation between yourselves, I'm probably not going to read that. I think that's polite and considerate, but it is on the screen. People want to follow along. And if you guys want to comment on that in the comments on YouTube, you know, feel free. Pura has sent urgent orders from Lookout Landing for all of us on the Monster Control crew. As Hyrule Castle continues to float, she's tasked us with searching the area beneath it for Princess Zelda and her protector. Be aware that the gloom has spread even more in this area. Prepare yourself before you depart. Captain Hawes. A Big Bang Theory is essentially the idea that matter was concentrated in a tightly controlled space or in a highly confined space. And then some destabilizing event happened that caused an explosion to occur, both that released matter into the world, and thus the universe was born. That's more or less the scientific basis for the Big Bang Theory, distilled down to its most general form. There, you can of course go on and talk about, oh, were there Higgs boson particles there? Was antimatter or dark matter involved somehow? But then you kind of leave the realm of science and enter. While antimatter is kind of a well-known thing, dark matter not so much. Dark matter is like a pseudo-scientific thing. Right. Hold on. I'm ripping up chords as I speak. By the way, Coin, you also said this yesterday. I'm not interfering in other people's talks. Mainly that I'm not reading them. Like, I'm not spitting them out for everyone to hear. I've researched the protocols for this. Generally, if like people are adding each other, then that's when I don't read. But I'm also kind of trying to, like, how do I word this? Read the room, because I realize not everyone is using the @ function with on Twitch. So I guess here's what I'm going to say then in that regard. If you guys at each other, like you use mentions or whatever, then I'm not going to read that because I think that's private. But if you guys don't do that, then I'm going to make the presumption that you're okay with people reading that out. I'm trying to figure out a good balance for this. I know, I've been streaming a long time, and I'm still trying to figure things out. Odd, right? But to finish that particular comment, because it is directed at me, I wanted to say that you're fine with the interfering. I'm not really trying to interfere. I moreover meant reading it out loud. You actually find it preferable, but if this was really supposed to be private or one-to-one, it wouldn't really be in chat. That's fair. Yeah, that sort of response right there is exactly why I'm still figuring it out. I'm not blaming anyone or saying anything about people's intentions, just I do my homework. I do my homework, and then people do tell me something different eventually. So I'm always having to, like, adjust stuff. That's part of the content creation process if you're going to entertain live on stream. A sturdy shield loved by many an adventurer. It is made of animal hide and sturdy wood and is best suited to defending against weak monsters or animals. See, you just don't need to read. Okay, so I can, like, comment, but reading it out loud is not strictly necessary. Okay. I'll figure out a good balance for this. Don't worry. Let's see. I suppose when it comes to the Big Bang Theory, like, no one is saying it came out of nowhere. What people now have a hiccup about in regards to developing that theory is the idea of where did the concentrated mass of energy comes from? Where is ground zero? That's more or less where any new hiccups are. That's why people emphasize the discovery of the Higgs boson particle so strongly, because, you know, just like dark matter, just like antimatter, you know, we understand that these things kind of just exist, and we use that as a basis for describing the physical world, but like, how did that stuff get there? That's like the next step. What on earth? Does this let me do a shield bash type thing? I don't know why you can staple a sword to a shield. Alright. What I am, however, going to do is drop a Zonai device as soon as I can find one. Where is it? It's like right here. And I'm gonna staple that to the shield. And now we have a torch. A shield sword. Link, is that really you? When did you get out from the castle? I'm so ashamed. I've been on watch duty here this whole time, and I didn't see you at all. I've really got to get serious about my training. How? The weapons are decayed, good sir. How are you gonna see them? How are you gonna fight? It's decayed. Captain Hawes doesn't know that you're back, does he, Link? You should report to him right away. He's on the gate tower at the top of the hill past the lower gates. I'm sure the captain will be just as surprised to see you as I was. You got it. While I carry a big stick with a huge spear stapled on it. This is just hilarious. Can I say that? Imagine if someone actually, in real life, stapled or taped or glued a spear to a stick. That would be funny. It would be incredibly unwieldy, but funny. Well, now our very first destination is Hyrule Castle, huh? This was our last pit stop before, and now we still can't actually, we have to climb around the bloody thing again. Of course we do. At least there's, only gloom. I'm just kind of absorbing the, you know, just how far gone the terrain is. And the fact that, if I'm being honest, I kind of think that the devs tried to save on some time by making it so this area still has a gate you can't pass through. But that's just me. Let me read this. How, let's see, imagine... What would it be? I mean, I would argue our world is imperfect already. And even the universe, for that matter. After all, we talk about, in science, we talk about, specifically thermodynamics, we talk about, you know, universal heat death, right? That's a thing. And for those that believe that the Lord created the world, which I do, you know, why build in a kill switch for the universe? A very long kill switch, but a kill switch nonetheless. Why heat death? Is that just how it works? Or is it by design? Like, we could sit there and say how it works and what it would take to approach heat death, but we won't know. Like, the alternative is just saying this is how things are, it's how the world works. There is no basis for why it's there. It's just the mechanics. That's it. Which is fine. That's a fine explanation to say that there is no motivation or design, and some people are content with that. Other people, the ones that want to know why heat death is a concept that exists, That's what will drive people stir crazy. Some people stir crazy anyway. A shield sword, yes. A shield sword that I'm sure is useful for shield bashing, but I don't know if it has any other stated use apart from that. But what Michael DS means is that the world is very complex, not just perfect. Yeah, like it's rich, but I think it can be rich because it's random as well. Now, some could argue that perhaps the world being random is also by divine design or whatever, but I think that could be... I think spiritually that's an explanation that can make sense, but for trying to actually explain how it is in the physical world is a different thing in and of itself. I think in the physical world you just accept things as they are. Welcome back, NK. Good to see you again. You came back in just in time. We are in the midst of going through Hyrule Castle. We have not made it to the Captain of the Guard yet, but I'm gonna just drop that and pick up the new bow. We are working our way toward the Captain of the Guard. So this is the inside of Hyrule Castle. It's practically a maze.
Yeah.
Oh, Link, right? Sorry about that. I didn't see you there. Double checking YouTube. It's been really quiet. Okay. That's fine. Just wanted to make sure. I don't like missing what people have to say. I never like to do that. I pride myself on being attentive with everyone. I wonder how that'll work, though, if the channel does get bigger and there are lots of people. I don't know how I'm going to sustain that. I know a lot of larger creators don't. I wonder what that would look like for folks. Do you guys prefer big streams or like large streams or small streams? That's like a general question I can throw in there to talk about. I like both. I don't know if I have a real preference, because, I mean, even if you don't talk to the streamer, right, you know, in a big, you know, chat room with like 1,200 people, you know, there are going to be at least some people that you might be able to talk to one-on-one, you know, through mentions or whispers or what have you. There's always that. Or perfect in a direct way. Oh, that's still part of the same reply. Got it. Like, milkshake is the best milkshake in the world, right? Or do you mean like it's actually perfect, like a logical... I'm not here to be reductive or anything. Of course. Every person has their own view, and you're curious about that. As a former STEM major, I find myself in the unique position where as someone who is religious, but also I am not a direct supplicant of it every single day like some of my peers are. I can see and make sense of both explanations at once. It's not strange for me to do so. I ultimately have to pick one that I prefer, and I prefer the one that's mired more in logic. But I'm not disparaging the less logical explanation either. Or put another way, I think that the divine can inspire or motivate the scientific. We just don't bother to describe it in those terms because I think mixing science with religion is bad. I think it makes both concepts confusing. It's better if they're separate. If I were to try to parse my views into something somewhat intelligible, I believe in keeping these things separate. Some people don't. Oh, Link, right? Sorry about that. I didn't see you there. I'm Nobiru. There's still a bunch of valuable treasure and weapons inside the castle, so they asked me to guard the place from thieves.
Aww.
But I'm a little lost. Oh, but don't you worry about me. Go right ahead. I mean, you are from the castle after all, so... Yeah. Dude, what's up with your eyes? Hold on. What's up with your eyes? Why aren't they blinking? Blink! Okay, blinked. But why are they so open? What are you... I mean, I guess you're on guard, but, like, you were like that when looking at me. Oh. Why? 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 Sorry. Trust me, I've got this thing handled. You don't need to worry about a thing. Oh, but since you're from the castle, you're more than welcome to go inside. Why do I feel like I'm talking to a Yiga clan member? Just be careful. I heard that there are monsters running around in there. I feel like I was speaking to a Yiga clan member, where the facial expressions don't quite line up right. That NPC seemed super scared. I bet so. I'm sorry, what? What the heck are you? What? What am I looking at? What are those creatures? I've never seen them before. I mean, it makes sense. It's my first time playing. Wow. Let's see. They say that they're atheist. Raspy says they're atheist, but am biased. You grew up wanting to be different, and the overwhelming majority of people here are religious. Also, being atheist leans into sciencey stuff, which is stuff you like. Michael DS did comment on that earlier, and how they made the observation that those that are in, those that tend to, you know, be into the sciences or pursue scientific careers do tend toward atheism, which I think is a fair pattern to maybe make the observation of. But, you know, as with any observation, backing that up with data is preferable. And I actually don't know what the consensus says about that. Perfect with the complexity of the world, like each aspect of the world. I think Michael DS is constructing the argument in a sort of looking at it as though the world were built using the blueprints of the Silmarillion. For those who don't know what the Silmarillion is, if you've ever heard of the Lord of the Rings series, the Silmarillion is a world-building book, and the Silmarillion describes how the lands of the Middle Earth were made, and it almost seems like something that the Lord himself, or that the gods themselves in that setting would have built. Like very minute details are there. It really does read like a blueprint if you allow it to. If you nix out all of the waxing about the politics of the races in that book. Yeah, it kind of, the world to those that are religious or spiritual, when you look at it as a whole, it really does kind of seem like a storybook where, you know, how was the storybook written? Yep, it can coexist. I know that you don't believe in it. Raspy, you know, has daily experiences with this. Let me not have you guys sit and stare at that. Raspy and I have talked about this at length on multiple occasions. We've even had a discussion on air about it. Like, I don't want to say the country. I want Raspy to do that himself. But where he's from, people there are very religious. It's like, I want to say predominantly like 80-85% of the populace, if I'm remembering the stat correctly, is religious. So not only was he inured by it as a child, but also, I mean, he still lives in that land. Yeah, in Romania, exactly. So religious explanations for things, or people that are dogmatic in the way they believe, are part and parcel. not everyone, of course, but in a land where a lot of people are religious and are devoutly religious even, stuff like that really isn't too far out of the normal. Maybe Rasby will be willing to back me up on this, or you know, admonish me for having said it, but I don't think my statement is too wrong. As far as like studying religion, for me, it worked on me. It worked on me because, well, I was in a bad place mentally. And when I took up my senior project, I was surrounded by people who were more well off in the mental health department than I was. And so I thought, I'm trying to explain my subconscious reasoning here at the time as a young 16, 17-year-old boy. At the time, I thought, you know, maybe if I were a bit more like them, you know, my mental health issues would go away, or I would feel less depressed, less sad all the time. And it did. It worked. But being the adult I am now, I can now sit here and say, yeah, me being religious was part of that experience. Like, coming into the religion was part of the experience. But also having people that actually genuinely cared about me, maybe cloaking their actions in that religion, also helped. It's both. It's a formative experience. I wouldn't trade that experience for anything. Because if I didn't trade that experience, I don't even know if I'd be alive today. I'm gonna be honest about that. I was a bit suicidal back then. I ran away from home. You know, I would often threaten to run away from home. I did not like how things were going. Me and my sibling bickered every single day in and day out. Even right up until we were young adults. Bickered a lot. I don't know where it would be if I didn't have that experience. And I didn't experience momentary slices of time where I had to be humble. And I had to actually say I was the problem. I acted wrongly. I would not have been the person you guys know today if it wasn't for that. I'm dead serious about that. Rasby goes on to say that they were religious for a long time. I remember when you were here. And you were talking about that stuff then. He started watching debates in 9th and 10th grade, and you ran into an experiment. You ran an experiment to test things, and the results led me to not feeling doubt. But it's still a valid thing to believe. Well, if it saved your life, it makes sense to me that you would stick with it, regardless of what's around it. Because to me, my religious experience is what I make of it. I don't allow people to tell me what that experience should be. I read the book for myself. I make my own determinations. And I ask, what did the scripture actually mean? I don't let people tell me what it's supposed to mean. That's how you get cults, religious cults, or cults of a non-religious nature even. If you allow people to play with your mind like it's putty, and you just accept the things they say, then you have traded your brain for, well, safety, to put it lightly. How do you feel about the Exodus stuff? What Exodus? You'd like Exodus in the Bible? That particular event? Yep, we've already seen all this dialogue. We don't need to see it again. I am gonna save so that we don't have to redo that again. Or the parts of the Bible with explicit instructions on how to commit slavery, when to release the slaves, and so on. Yeah, that's not a particularly rosy part of the Bible. I would definitely say that. It's foul stuff. I think the reason it was like that, and I think you're referring to like Leviticus and Deuteronomy with those specific passages. Those people would say that it is in large part a guidebook. Like, it explains the laws because that's when those sections of the Bible were written. Oh, what are you doing? These are very tricky opponents. You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? I gotta be careful because there's like a second enemy. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. Hold on, I gotta focus first, and then I'll go back to what I was saying. Sturdy long stick. A long durable stick. I know there's a second one up there. Made from a branch with good piercing power. It has high durability because it comes from the hardest parts of the tree. Duly noted. I kind of liken Leviticus and Deuteronomy, specifically the sections that deal with slavery. I liken it to the Talmud. The Jewish book that contains the debates and musings of Jewish rabbis. You know, the whole Goyim thing, where, oh, you treat the Goyim, the non-Jews, very differently as subhuman filth, basically. There are people who fervently say that the Talmud is a holy book that should be considered a guidebook on how to treat the rest of the world, and then there are the Jewish who disavow its existence. There are Christians who believe in the whole book, there are Christians who mostly focus on the New Testament, and so on. And I'm sure the same is probably true of Muslims as well, and their holy book, the Quran. I'm sure there are people who say there are parts of this that need to be taken seriously, and then there are parts that are just parables. They're just parables. They describe what happened back then. It's history. And then you have people who say, no, the whole of the thing is important. I find that the people who say the whole of the thing is important when it comes to these religious texts are usually your extremists, or people who participate in holy wars for no good reason. Yeah, I mean, the Bible pretty clearly says that you cannot doubt it. It is, you know, God's will and such. If you were to take the stuff on don't steal, don't murder, and be nice every day to people around you and love people around you, why would we treat the slavery stuff as not something to be interpreted or looked at? Some part of it is also the modern world. Like, it does... The modern secular world has counterplay with religion, and I think that should not be understated. There are some things that mix and some things that don't. Ooh, this next point's like really complicated. I'm gonna wait to mention anything until after the intermission. I have learned I will not be getting in the middle of a really long sentence over that. I might have to read it again, but... or other controversial, verifiable Bible stuff like God commanding genocide, I will look at the specific scripture for that so that I have a basis for what I'm going to say. I'm pretty sure most instructions in religious texts that talk about things like genocide are usually, they're very contextually dependent. And people that use it to mean a modern day enemy are distorting what the original context of the thing is. Kind of like how Sodom and Gomorrah were, you know, blown up with divine fire. Like, the context of the thing is very, very important. But again, I'll play around with a lot more of that when we come back from break. And I died. That's what I get. There were two enemies. I should have lured them out. Oof. And a half. It's fitting, honestly. I guess I got stoned.
Sure, Jan.
I can give you the debates that you know this from. You've trusted when they've claimed they've read line by line that those lines are accurate, but those debates could be wrong. But if that's so, I haven't seen the other candidates to bring it up, even multiple candidates. Fair. See everyone after the break. Okay, I believe I am back. I have to remember, now that I have these hotkeys on Firebot, if I cannot, there's certain things I cannot type, because they will, in fact, I don't know, they activate things. I believe I killed the soundboard during the break, actually. Let me see. Also, Rasby says that they want to say that if the Bible commends genocide or slavery, which there are instructions for slavery, genocide. You do have Sodom and Gomorrah as like a kind of a clear-cut example of not genocide conducted by people, but by the divine itself. Although I personally think, this is just me, I think since Sodom and Gomorrah have, like, the sites have radiation in them, like they've taken Geiger counters near the craters where those cities used to be. Yeah, you can detect radiation there. I don't think it's a clear-cut case of a human-led genocide, but as far as there's the book of Joshua, which talks about genocide, and then I believe there is a specific scripture, and that's not the correct one. I literally just looked it up during break. In 1 Samuel 15:3. So that's in the first book of Samuel, chapter 15, verse 3. Saul is the one that is commanded to slaughter the there's a group of folks in there that he was commanded to slaughter, down to every last woman and child, like everyone. Did I miss the previous message? I don't. The last one that was there was you talking about the debates. Like, you had debates that you watched, and you can, you source those to me. And the one before that was the controversial verifiable stuff. The Israelites were commanded to destroy a group of people called the Amaleks. I believe they're given a different name, very specifically. The Amalekites. Exactly. I haven't read that scripture to its fullest, but yeah. People are commanded to do some dark things in the Lord's name. Now, the question is, what were they killed for? Because in the Hebrew Bible, I know there was a war between the Canaanites and some other groups. So I think back then, there was a sort of divine call to consolidate the tribes of Israel, either through diplomacy or bloody combat. And I'm pretty sure that's what that was in reference to, if I'm thinking of my history correct. Which I wouldn't be surprised if I'm not thinking of it correctly. Do I feel like genocide is justifiable? No. But I would say war is inevitable. If you have people that disagree with each other vehemently, and they disagree enough to wish the other harm, then I do think it's only a matter of time before you know, violence breaks out. What? These feel like a page right out of the, you know, Twilight Princess. These feel like Ook style enemies. Horriblin. Interesting. A talent obtained from a Horriblin. I'll read that in a second, I promise. Attach it to an arrow to increase its attack power, or stew it with a critter to make an elixir. Black Horriblin horn. I was about to say black hole in porn, and that would have been really funny, but really sick. Gross. This large, heavy horn has slowly grown into its present hammer-like shape. Attach it to a weapon to greatly increase its attack power, or cook it with a critter to make an elixir, and then the guts. A rare material dropped by a horriblin. It's very bitter and unsuitable for cooking, but it makes an effective elixir when cooked with a critter. Like, if the war was the problem, why did God also command to kill even the women and children and even the animals? Tough question. I'm not sure I could personally justify it. But what I can say is, as far as like why, the only thing I can think of that comes to mind, there's a similar thing in the game called Elden Ring that's played on, or like they play on this idea because the divinities in that game were led by a woman named Marika, and she commanded her sons, or specifically Godfrey, to go to war and reclaim opposing land, slaughtering people left and right. Like that is also genocide. She also like killed a great number of people in order to even ascend to the divine in the first place. I think in cases like that, there's a parable in the Bible that talks about a potter and clay, and how the clay or the pot does not question why it is made, it simply is. Because there's not really a supplied reason in the Bible, we can make up every single reason in the book if we wanted to, but possibly none of them would be the correct reason. So at some point, the question just kind of stops being important. Even if we just assume that those people are really bad, what about the children or just people who weren't involved? And here we are quoting scripture. God tells King Saul, I will punish the Amalekites for what they did to Israel when they waylaid them as they came up from Egypt. Now go, attack the Amalekites and destroy totally everything that belongs to them. Do not spare them. Put to death men and women, children and infants, cattle and sheep, camels and donkeys. Yup. I'm pretty sure... Well, I think the reason for the scripture is right there, is like laid in the very verse you just quoted, where they attacked the Israelites when they came up and out from Egypt, like they were ambushed. And I suppose I probably would not, like me personally, I couldn't justify complete and total slaughter down to livestock. At least the livestock is usable. Keep that. But how do I word this? This is what some people mean when they talk about how things in the Old Testament and the New Testament were different. There's a scripture that says God is the same today as he was yesterday, as he will be tomorrow. But there is also opposing scripture that says God will not conduct himself with the death of his son, or after the death of his son, as he would have during the earlier portions of history where God was directly involved with his chosen people, the Jews. I think God was a more wrathful God back then, as was described in the Old Testament. Whereas in the New Testament, there's like the God is the same, but the approach is different. if that's making sense. And there might also be just some liberties taken with... Yes, I know. I need to dump something to make that happen. Oh, hello. But what? Oh, I'm using the wrong weapon. That would explain it. There we go. Let's get that attached on. Do you feel like the New Testament or the Old Testament is inaccurate? That's another tough question. On one hand, you know, I just said God is the same yesterday as he is today, as he will be tomorrow. Like that is the scripture. He is the Alpha and the Omega, the first and the last. I'm quoting words here. So on one hand, the New Testament should not be inaccurate. The Old Testament should not be inaccurate. That the things you see in there are the truth. At the same time, though, even though he is the same, again, I go back to the approach being different. So if the approach changes, then the rules and the way that those same standards are approached are different by design. I wouldn't call it inaccurate, but I would call some aspects of the New Testament obsolete. Or the things I would take away from the Old Testament are more of the parables and virtues and less of the old rules. Because I think, again, those old rules were written for a different time with different people, and people back then were not as involved in technology. People were not as articulate with their words, or they expressed less and acted more. Like that was a quality of the human condition. I believe there's also scripture that says that the meek shall inherit the earth, aka those who are strong in body, but also strong and virtuous of mind. I don't think that sort of stuff is the same. Do you feel like in a different time or society, genocide is fine actually, or not really that bad? No. Genocide is genocide. It's wrong. Period. But back then, people had to do a lot more. Like, genocide is awful, but the methods that you had to use in order to accomplish that were different. There was less carnage. Combat was kind of a way of life. Look at all the fighting games that try to, you know, like use ancient history as set dressing. I'm kind of looking at Soul Calibur as like the primary offender for this, where back then the phrases like, you know, the heat of battle forges the strongest blades and the sturdiest bonds. People bonded through combat. Like, the primal human condition back then was violence. Yes, there were words. And no, people didn't bond through genocide. I don't want to say that either, because that's not what I'm saying. But what I am saying is that the suffering was less catastrophic. Profound, but less catastrophic. People actually had to put effort into it. Now a genocide has bullets. It has chemicals. It has... People don't have a chance at fighting back. Like, your chance of fighting back is to anticipate the carnage before it happens and flee, or have a bigger weapon, like a way bigger weapon than them. There is no martial honor. There is no way to personally mitigate it yourself. Genocide becomes a numbers game and a technology game. It's way worse now. It's not fine, but at the very least, it wasn't that much suffering. I feel like that gets very, very quickly into the realm of justifying genocide. And that's not at all what I'm trying to do. There's a second one. I need to keep this guy over here. Oh, you gonna run away? Where's the second one? I'm just kind of anticipating what he's doing. Got a sturdy long stick, which I will... Oh, I didn't want to drop that. That's fine, though. Ooh, that got destroyed. Okay. Drop. Interesting. Drop. What if I do it like this? What? Oh, that's why. I just put two sticks on top of each other. Yeah, I feel pretty confused on your take on it. Like, it's inexcusable, but then you talk about how it's a bit less suffering in comparison to the present. I'm trying to make sense of my take as well, if I'm being quite honest. Like, genocide is wrong. There really isn't a justification for it. I guess I'm getting mixed up in talking about the magnitude of the thing versus the moral or ethical justifications for genocide, in which there really isn't any. Like, just thinking about why I said what I'm saying and why I perhaps might have framed things the way I did. Like, genocide is just inexcusable. And all of the holy books have it. All of them do. Maybe perhaps with the exceptions of the writings about Buddhism, or Confucianism, but those are philosophies, not religions. Like, a bit or a lot less suffering doesn't justify it either. Yeah, definitely not. But I do want to say that at least back then, as inexcusable as it was, you could at least fight with weapons. Maybe if the enemy brought a battering ram to your doorstep or whatever, or some other mass weapon, you know, okay. But even then, ballistae, trebuchet, catapults, you can find the people piloting those things, take them out, remove them, make them not do that. Whereas now, I mean, the effective tactic is the same. Find the people spitting out missiles and chemical weapons, make them stop. Not hard. But now the genocides are far more lethal. So many more people die because we've gotten a lot better at the lethality of it. That's why I think talking about it now is perhaps a lot more important. And why I just want all the wars to stop. How do I feel about the Bible commanding genocide? Honestly, I don't put that much... What the heck is this? We had Cryonis for this before. That doesn't really work. How do we open this? Honestly, I don't have a real answer for you. I'm gonna have to go back and read the scriptures for myself. Like that specific section. And probably a few sections before and after it. So I have the context for why it's happening. So that would be the first book of Samuel. I would definitely make sure I've read that. And maybe I'll be able to come back to you with a more profound opinion. Ultra Hand? Yeah. Thank you, NK. Much appreciated. Simple is best. And simple is simply move it. Shars. Link? No, it can't be him. I can't allow anyone past here. This area is restricted only to those involved in the search for Princess Zelda. This is by direct order of Captain Haas. If you insist on passing, you'll need permission from the captain. He should be in the first gatehouse up at the end of this road. What? Where do you think you're going? I popped out from here. What? I popped out from there. Guard. I speak to guard. I pop out from the restricted at another point from the restricted area. How did you get in here? Oh, and he's like, oh, go talk to Captain Haas. Go back in through the area I just came out of, knowing full bloody well he knew that I came out of said area. Hey, you can't be in there. Wild stuff. That's super stupid. Sorry. You think you could come back with a positive opinion on it? Probably not. I already have an opinion of what actual genocide is. Never mind the text from the Bible. The only thing I would probably add is whatever context the Bible may provide on such a thing. Like, does the Bible go on to list any more specific reasoning? Or is the takeaway, war is ugly, finish the job? Is that the takeaway? Or is it, okay, is there a dark history or a dark advocacy for things in the Bible that no one talks about? I don't know which I'm going to come away with, if anything. You're not permitted in there. I was in there, you nitwit. You're not getting past me. Captain Haas gave me strict orders about who's allowed in. I'm Link. I'm Zelda's bodyguard. You should know who I am by face. Dull enough to do his job, not smart enough to know when not to do it. Got it. He should be in the first gatehouse up at the end of this road. Yeah. It seems like context about it seems important to you. Context is everything. And not just a little snippet of a sentence, like the well before and after. What led up to it? Why did the Amalekites attack the Israelites at the time? Why did that happen? Was the attack so severe that it commanded God's punishment, and that came in the form of or did those preceding passages have no bearing on the thing, and so it turns it from a overbearing punishment to something truly ghastly. We've turned up nothing in here that would help us find the princess, unfortunately. You're the spitting image of Link. I bet if Captain Haas saw you, he'd be so startled he might even fall off the gatehouse over there. Yeah, maybe what I gave is wrong. Maybe it's a thought experiment and that wasn't commanded. Maybe it's a symbolic meaning. Although I'm curious how that would work. Well, if you were to read the events of Sodom and Gomorrah, you would say, oh, well, God's divine hand was the cause. If you look at the science would say the people of Sodom and Gomorrah experienced a intensely radioactive event from which they did not escape. There are parallels that you could draw from that. Some would say the divine punishment is symbolic. Others would say the radiation is a symptom. Which came first? What persistent explanation is more important? Can both explanations coexist? That's the part that reading the scripture and doing like the homework on all of that stuff will at least allow me to attempt to parse. Not come up with a truly one-note, one-size-fits-all explanation for it, but like what my interpretation of those things is. The science versus the scripture. Not competing against one another, but perhaps standing in contrast to one another instead. Makes sense? Wow. We ended up on some pretty interesting conversation, to say the least. Whew. Standing on the edge and staring in is intense. Seeing a chasm in person is far better than hearing about it. Whoa! Why would you do that? Just up and startle someone on the edge of the void. This chasm is nearly bottomless, just like all the others, created by the upheaval. Personally, I do not want to hit the bottom of a nearly bottomless chasm. Even though it scares me, I can't stop staring into it. Oh. Why do you have a pot lid for a helmet? Did you come here to help look for Princess Zelda too? Yeah, me and a few others have the same idea. We all owe a great deal to the princess. We were hoping to help anyway, but the captain is way up on top of the gatehouse there. It doesn't look like he's coming down anytime soon. We just showed up without being asked, so best to stay out of the way until we can help somehow. Sure. The first gatehouse, complete with cookpot. This is not the guy, though. Rasby on Twitch says, I'm saying this stuff so you don't start with the idea that the Bible is purely wrong. Smart. And it says only bad stuff, and then start and end with that idea with no intent to be open. You're going to find parts of the Bible that scare you, like Leviticus and Deuteronomy. The book of Numbers and Laws. You're going to find, and parts that are incredibly boorish. Maybe skip Deuteronomy if you don't want like a ledger of the birth counts of every single living soul recorded in the Bible. Maybe don't do that. But you'll find parts of it like Psalms that might be particularly rousing or exciting, or at least entertaining if nothing else. And then you'll find parts that scare you again, like Revelations. And if you're going to study or read the Bible in any capacity, at any point, do yourself a favor. I would either get the New King James translation, like the edition of the book, so you have like as much of the cleaned up but unfettered language as possible. Unless you can read Aramaic. If you can read Hebrew and Aramaic, go for it. Get those things, because the King James version is, a vulgarification of the Bible as it was written. On the other hand, you could also do what I do and get either the international version. It would be the international translation, or you can grab the New Living translation with modern English grammar and stuff added. I happen to have a copy on my entertainment center back there. It's leafed in silver, and it's kind of faded, bit old, but it reads crisp and clearly. And there's even like extra context added, but you can get a New Living Translation Bible that doesn't have extra frills added to it. It's just literally the book. I believe the most common distribution of the Bible is the international one. I know that's pretty much like the most commonly sold version of the Bible around Europe or the rest of the globe. The US is special. We have like 50 different versions. Or for LOLs and giggles, I mean, you can always watch VeggieTales.
Oh, give it a rest.
Don't do that. Don't do that. I think you'll have a brain hemorrhage if you try to do that. Oh my god, I cannot tell you the number of times I ended up being obligated to watch a VeggieTales film or movie while I was in high school, or even in college. I ended up having I forget if it was after the math class, like math exam, and we still had to be there even if the exam was over. I remember VeggieTales being on then, or if it was my like the humanities course I had. One of those things. Gonna be honest, probably won't read it unless you seriously question your lack of faith. Totally fine. This is more of a, if you do, pick one up and read it. Or you watch someone or listen to someone who reads it. You should find someone who uses one of those versions to make their points, is what I'm saying. More than anything, just like I thought, the weapons here have all decayed too. I wonder if there are any intact weapons left anywhere in the world. What about the weapons? Hey, it's a new face. During the upheaval, nice face you got there, buddy. All the weapons, swords, spears, claymores, you name it, suddenly decayed. I've explored many regions in search of weapons that might still be intact. I found none. At this point, I'd be surprised if there were any intact weapons left in Hyrule. They're also a real pain to repair, so the best thing to do is strengthen them. What? Soldier Spear. Although now decayed, this lightweight metal spear was made for royal soldiers. Because it's light and easy to handle, it enables quicker charged attacks. Soldier's Broadsword, a light, thin metal sword used by guards of Hyrule Castle. Its lightweight its lightweight makes it easy to handle and enables quicker charged attacks. So what we do is, what I'm hearing is we take a stick and we staple a spear to it. That's what I'm hearing. Or it's meant to be a handle, and you staple something else on it. Torch. This torch will stay lit once ignited, but if you put it away, the flames will be extinguished until you light it again. Let me not do that, and instead put in a spear. And do I have... Ooh, maybe wooden sticks are going to be really common, have to be really commonly carried now. How did you guys get up to the battlements before? Did you literally just climb up or what? I had a lot more stamina when doing this last time. My biggest unknown mystery is why Christianity is only popular in some regions, and Islam or other stuff popular in other regions. Like, what god would allow half the world to not be saved? It seems pretty unfair. Like, I doubt people from South Africa who believe in Islam, that they're just being ignorant and not open to God, while simultaneously believing in one, but following other incompatible rules. If you consider a naturalist argument that God is a concept created by humans to avoid uncomfortable stuff or just to connect with, then seeing a distribution like it is right now would be pretty much what you'd expect. To hear my dad tell it to you, he would say God comes to people in the form that they can understand. And their histories and stuff that get added on top of whatever tales of their experiences with him would make sense in that regard. And maybe that version of the Lord would tell them different things. Again, come to them in the way it makes sense. Let's see, I guess that would be you. You're the guard captain, so let's talk to you first. Oh, that's you. Never mind. Sorry, but I'm in the middle of something. Huh? Link, is that you? You're alive, and all in one piece it looks like. Does that mean Princess Zelda is safe too? Nope. What a relief. Wow, presumptuous much. Hang on, you're alone? But you heard the princess calling out to you and you're here to help with the search? I see. Maybe I don't. I'm a little confused, but that doesn't matter right now. What matters is continuing our search for Princess Zelda. Well, what about the conflicting views and interpretations? Can you have simultaneously Christianity, God, and Allah be true? I think so. But the reason that people don't see the interpretations as one and the same is in large part because of the cultural upbringing associated with those works. Like Muslims, and more specifically the people that were out in the larger portions of the Arabic world, had a different history. Like what I come around to saying is that I think the naturalist argument makes a lot of sense, and maybe that is what, perhaps that's what my dad was talking about when he said, you know, the Lord comes to people in the way they understand. Maybe you're saying the same thing he is, just take out all the religious dogma. Like, if Christianity is right and you follow Islam, you are sent to hell. I'm making a big assumption that Islam works similarly, and Islam would be right, and being Christian would get you sent to hell. Oh, that's the neat thing about the physical world, isn't it? We don't really know what interpretation is correct, if all of it is hogwash, or if it's all correct, or if some differing perspective or outcome is correct. Well, that feels like a catch-all. It probably is. Because we don't know, it like the way it reveals itself to you in their way. Yeah, that's a really common trope among Christians, that the Lord comes to people in a way that they can understand, rather than the Lord having one universal way that they come, or Allah having a specific way that they come to people. Stuff like that. I guess that makes me a naturalist, doesn't it? But I suppose the difference between other naturalists and perhaps myself is, for me, I want to make sure I word this right. For me, I think all of the naturalist arguments can exist at the same time as someone being certain that their way is correct. The discrepancy between these two things, and the fact that people are highly emotional creatures, you and I can both agree on that one. Those things together means that eventually someone is going to chafe when trying to disseminate or spread their ideological or theological thoughts places, as it's already been the case for thousands of years. Because I don't know which prescription, if any, or outlook, to put another word on it, is correct, if any are correct at all, the prescription I choose is mine. And mine is contradictory, I suppose. Imagine a universe where God doesn't exist. Someone makes a claim like that one, it would feel right. It would be a get out of jail card? I suppose so. Ask away, Mr. Rasby. What? Ask away. I was about to do uwu speak unintentionally there. What matters is continuing our search for Princess Zelda. I'm relieved to see you come up here and help us out, though. We needed some good news. The sheer amount of gloom has gotten overwhelming. Our work carries on, but we've been a bit dead in the water. Captain, it's Princess Zelda. Oh, hold on. Princess Zelda, she's safe. I thought I was gonna have to wink out the overlay again. What is she doing? Wait, what? You saw that too, Link? You saw Princess Zelda turn into light and fly off, right? How strange. This is an emergency situation. Why would she leave without saying a word to us? We need to let Pura know about this as soon as possible. Considering what we just witnessed, I think it makes sense for us to withdraw, but it will take a bit. Please, you must tell Pura about what happened here as soon as possible. But before that, words, and also replying to commentary. You said that we don't really know. What guides you toward God in that case? Because implicitly, I'd expect someone saying that to not believe in God, or saying something specific, like don't really know. Well, I've mentioned about my personal belief in God, and on an individual level, that belief works for me. Again, before, in my personal history, I was an unhappy person. So for me, that faith works. But the nice thing about being in the middle of different groups of people that have different perspectives and not being a hard ass or someone self-absorbed in my own thoughts regarding matters of spirituality, religion, aka, is that I can also turn around and say, well, maybe I could be wrong. Because everyone is saying 50 different things at once, my conclusion is, and especially without real verifiable proof that any of these things are true, including the no deities exist, whether that be God or Allah or Vishnu, or I think Brahma might be the name I'm thinking of, or others. There's no proof of their absence either. And because of that, I guess you could say I'm in a holding pattern. I don't know. And I'm very much... there are passages in the Bible that describe people like me, where we kind of wait for the proof to be in the pudding. Even perhaps when, as the Bible would say, the Lord could be in front of your face, but you're not acknowledging it, because the Lord is not taking a form you're familiar with, or you have a preconception of what that form is. In this case, I've chosen to say, I don't know. I'm not going to make a presumption. I know what that form is. And because I'm not going to make that presumption, I look like I'm contradictory. How can I believe in the Lord and also not be certain that what I'm believing is correct? How can I be in that holding pattern, right? Welcome to being a walking contradiction. I contain multitudes. I confuse people. When I talk about stuff like this, usually what I hear is, man, you give me a headache. Can we talk about something else now? Please? For the love of everything holy? Usually by that time I'm pretty exasperated, and so I agree. I move the conversation elsewhere. You felt pretty bad at believing in the Lord. God helped me. It did. It did. People along the way helped too, but I've attributed at least some part of my personal experience to the Lord himself. I hope you're not being reductive. No, you're speaking to me from pure logic. You are an atheist, right? You are speaking to me from that lens. You're not being disrespectful. You're not saying my belief is invalid. You're not saying my basis or worldview is wrong. You're asking questions. If you had said, if you had called me evil, or had said I am personally deeply misguided, if you had engaged in character attacks, I would be a bit more concerned. I perhaps maybe would have said something. You're not doing that. You're, in fact, using some of the arguments I've heard other atheists use, further adding to why I'm in a holding pattern, so to speak. Princess Zelda dissipating into light. I don't understand. Nobody understands, man. Nobody does. Whoa, what was that? My eyes weren't playing tricks, were they? No, they wouldn't do that. That was Princess Zelda. What was going on? DKD. Oh, no problem, NK. No problem. Rasby on Twitch says, I can definitely see that it helped you, but what I'm curious about is what drove the God belief, like truth-wise. Believing that people are immortal and reincarnate is also really useful because it removes a ridiculous amount of anxiety and fear and such. But even though that's useful, would you be inclined to believe it for that reason? I could believe it. I could entirely believe it. But believing in it, believing that my decision to believe in something bigger than myself is driven by perhaps fear or anxiety, that wouldn't really change the fact that I believe in it. It's useful. It is certainly useful. I live in a place where if I don't say those things, or I'm not familiar with the ways to say those things, it's very dangerous. I wouldn't have said that a year ago, by the way. But now I have to. Like, there is some level of pragmatism to my decision now to be in the holding pattern that was not there before. Talk to me, Perpin. There was some commotion just up above just now. I wonder what that was. Maybe they found a weapon that was still intact. Nah, that would be unbelievable. They're also a real pain to repair. Hey, you've already said that. Kappa. Do you feel like the world would be crushing if you didn't believe in God? No, probably not. Which I know makes this whole conversation perhaps a bit more madness-inducing for most people. I could imagine it. I could definitely imagine it. It just means that I would probably, instead of looking for signs of fate or destiny, I would then just get frustrated with the world as it currently is. I wouldn't think about things of a spiritual nature. I probably would not even be a druid. I would not be a philosophical druid at all. I would be content in being an atheist and nothing further. But that's not the person I am. That's not the history I've experienced. I can imagine that. I could see an event that would make me question my faith, but it's kind of hard to... You can't really ever say how you would actually really react to something in a preemptive sense, especially things like this. Like, a crisis of faith is usually something that happens to you. It is not usually something that you induce on yourself. It can be as simple as a fleeting, intrusive thought, or something could happen right in front of your eyes. Like, I don't know, a person you thought would be saved by the Lord or by acting through a paramedic or something. The idea of people carrying out his will and seeing someone that definitely should have been saved not be saved. They died, as is to be logically expected from having a car hit them. Stuff like a crisis of faith can also take that form. Yeah, that's fair. I have no idea how it would be if you became faithful. Exactly. Let's look at the log. Yeah, you're you're not in a holding pattern, but you definitely, I could see you being in a holding pattern given the right circumstances. Or maybe you're on the opposite side of the holding pattern I am. I don't know. I won't posit much more than that. You're the teller of your own perspective on things, not mine, but that's how I see it. Hey, this area is off limits while we conduct our search for Princess Zelda and Link. You can't just come wandering in here like that. Link, it's you? I'm sorry, I had no idea that you had returned. Wait, if you're back, then does that mean we don't need the search party anymore? Huh, you should go talk to Captain Hawes. He's leading search efforts here from the first gatehouse up ahead. You'll find it at the very end of this road. What? Princess Zelda? We'll ask the captain for details. You better hurry to see Pura, Link. Yeah, life is really hard as an atheist. I suppose when other people around you are religious, it certainly can be. I can probably imagine some people in France, let's say, find it hard to be Christian because the French are well known for producing many secular groups of people, some of which are very highly critical of like religion as a whole. I think it comes down to your individual lived experience, for which there is no one size fits all like guidebook on. There is no prescriptive thing or concept or idea you could, or even pattern that you can assign to that stuff. That's why I'm also a druid. Like, I sit there and ponder things like that all the time. Rasby then goes on to say, I feel like it also makes it more grand. Imagine that helping people doesn't give you any points toward heaven and death, and that's just it. Choosing to be a nice person in spite of no overseer or goal to do so at all. I don't think about that when I help people. There are people that definitely do. They probably have an internal scoreboard. Am I closer to heaven or hell? I don't really think about that. Toward heaven and death. Yeah, I got what you were saying. I'm sure people... Oh, you meant... Okay, hang on. I need to read that over again. And heaven, dot. Toward heaven, dot. And death. That's just it. Okay, I've read it. Now that I'm parsing the separation... there are people who definitely have scoreboards. They're keeping track of which scriptures they're following. I am not such a person. I hold the belief, personally, that if I go to heaven, it is because I have been judged to be so. That's it. Like, be the best humanitarian I can be. Be the best person I can be. Uplift people however I can. Don't put people down. Try fusing monster parts to weapons. Sure, let me try that. I have not yet tried it. I don't want to do that. Destroy fused material. Yeah, I haven't done much of that. Let me get a part that I don't care that much about. By type. Fuse attack power 4. 3, 5. I'll hold this one. What? What? What happened? I just got a regular old sword. Oh, I know what happened. That's why it looked confusing. I snapped off the blade and replaced the blade with the horn. okay. No wonder that looked weird to me. I'm like, what the heck? What happened? I felt like I didn't fuse anything. I did. It just didn't look like, you know, a sturdy long stick. Oh, that's hilarious. I'll never not think sturdy long stick is unfunny. I'm never gonna think it's not funny. Rasby then goes on to say, and when I feel bad that there's no God somewhere that I could fall back onto, but I do want to ask, do you feel like you could believe something purely because it was useful? A pragmatist? Yeah. Like, not referring to God necessarily, but in general? Yeah. Who knows? I may hold on to my faith even less if I were in a space that didn't require me to use it on a daily basis. I live in the Bible Belt of the United States. I live in... there's religion and spiritual stuff aplenty. And the spaces that aren't filled with the Bible or the Torah, because that's really common, are filled by animists. People who believe in crystals and such. Like, it becomes useful to keep beliefs around in order to help understand what other people are going through. It kind of becomes a cultural thing rather than a religious thing. That's like the secular stint on it. How would you feel if America was a really good spot, non-fascist government and such, and it was wholesome? Couldn't tell you. I've lived in a dystopian hellscape for so long, I couldn't tell you. I would feel overjoyed. I know that. I would, like, if I weren't tied down by predatory debt lending, or, you know, if I didn't have people threatening to kill my sibling, or, you know, saying I'm possessed by demons and don't belong here, or whatever. I don't know how I'd feel if I never knew what that was. I can't know. But how I would feel? Hopefully I would feel some measure of joy or jubilee from that. Wah, you scared me. What are you doing out here in the rain? The Hyrule Castle chasm is nearby. It's dangerous, you know? For all I know, this shrine could be dangerous too. I say most things are dangerous these days, what with the upheaval. Watch your back, chasm. More like chasms, plural. You know, the creepy openings in the ground, ever since the upheaval, they're all over. In this area, they're beneath Hyrule Castle and to the south of Lookout Landing. I've heard that members from the research team went rooting around in some and ended up in a bad way. It's best to steer clear. I'm glad I'm researching shrines and not the chasms. What about the shrines? Huh? You mean like the one right here? When the shrines appeared, it caused such a commotion that they landed in the newspaper. Mysterious shrines appear all over the world overnight, with smack on the front page, you know? So far, we know they're from the age of legends, but that they fall from the sky or emerge from the ground. And just what are they, anyway? Aside from the shrines, we've also got the chasms, of course. To tell you the truth, we don't know squat about all the things that sprung up due to the upheaval. But the shrines and chasms, they could be dangerous, which would be scary, so we need to investigate them pronto. The people from the search party are putting in long hours at Hyrule Castle, so I intend to do the same. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is we're gonna make a note that this shrine is here, and instead of going in there, we're gonna return back to Pura, excuse me, and we're gonna see about advancing that bit of dialogue and or the story or plot. We're probably gonna call it there, just so people have an idea of what I'm doing today. Yeah, but generally you'd feel really good, right? Raspy on Twitch says. Maybe. I can imagine it, but am I certain I'd feel it? Maybe eventually. Like, especially if the question is, if it were just wholesome from the start, I actually couldn't answer that. If it became a wholesome place, I would feel disquieted at first before it could feel joy. I would feel like something's wrong. something is unnatural. I would not trust myself to believe that America could suddenly be a more wholesome place than it is. Given that you said that you can believe something off the basis of it being useful, can you start believing that America is actually in a good spot and that it's left-leaning? No, because that's not useful. Also, that's not what's happening. I would say the people are left-leaning, some of them, but I feel like we're on the verge of a permanent American schism. I really do believe, based on all the geopolitical events that have happened so far around the world, especially between Iran and Israel now, that's added fuel to this fire I did not want to see in my lifetime. But things happening here at home, people are dissatisfied too. There's even fracturing in the maggots or like that are here in the country as well. Some of them are now turning on President Orange, because I refuse to grace the man with his name. We could be on the verge of another civil war. I feel it. For the purposes of this thought experiment, can we ignore whether or not America is wholesome or left-leaning or not? Why would that not be useful? It would feel good, although based on what you said, I'm uncertain of it. Because that particular belief is not useful. Because it's not mired in reality. I can believe in things being useful, but the part that I guess I didn't say is that, if it's obviously... I don't know. I guess I just said I'm a man that contains multitudes, so I can do contradictory things, and believing that America is this place that you describe when it is currently very much not is in my wheelhouse. But some contradictory things are a step too far for me. And I could try. Let's say that America is a left-leaning place in a good spot. What then? It's not, and the problems don't suddenly disappear because left-leaning and good spot. Because you have the cultural aspect of this too, that the American left very much likes to dabble in, like the culture war stuff. That's a big thing they like doing. It's hard to believe these ruins just fell from the sky. I mean, they're from the ancient legends and now they're here. It's also strange, huh? Yeah, it sure is, but it's also a great opportunity. All of us on the Zonai survey team should count ourselves lucky. If it weren't for the upheaval, this never would have happened. Not that anyone knows what the upheaval even is. Well, Pora's investigating the upheaval. She's certain it'll provide clues about Princess Zelda, but progress isn't great, I've heard. Is the princess alright wherever she is? These ruins right here are exceptional, but really, who cares about that at a time like this? What? What? I just now process the structure that's on this. What is this? Can we even go up here? We can. Nice. This is a crystal refinery. I can take your crystallized charges and you... Oh, that's cool. So we can do that. We can make energy wells here too. Good. I encourage you to visit whenever you have collected crystallized charges. Yeah, so the grounding in reality is important. Like, if it just feels good, it's not enough. It's inaccurate. Yeah, I guess that is basically correct. I guess it gets a little more nuanced when it comes to specific things. But in general, I would say you have it right. All right, Pora, talk to me. Link, well, did you find anything? You're telling me Princess Zelda was at the castle and then she transformed into light and flew off? I gotta say, your stories are always so wild. But if you're telling me that's what you saw, then I've got to believe it. Sounds like we need to change our approach. Since the princess flew off, maybe we should redirect our efforts and dig into the upheaval. At least for now. I've already got a few regions in mind to start exploring. I bet we'll pick up clues about where she flew off to as we look around. Oh yeah, you still got the pad, right? Can I see it for a sec? Check it. It's a little worse for wear, but seems to be functioning fine. Map. Aha. Oh, right. I forgot that before we can look at your overall map of Hyrule, we need to add map data from right around Lookout Landing. And for that, we need our Skyview Tower. Joshua, what's the status of the Skyview Tower right now? Let me see. Outwardly, the structure looks to be complete. Oh, but the travel point is still undergoing final adjustment. The travel point needs tweaking. Sounds like I better get to cracking. Sorry about this, Linky. I'll fix it up quick, so just hang tight. In the meantime, why don't you rest up? You must be pretty tired. The emergency shelter is just the spot for you. It has free beds and a kitchen, so it's well stocked for getting some rest and rejuvenating yourself. If you want more info... Yeah, talk to the soldier who's watching over everything from the center, right where the emergency shelter entrance is. If you need clothing for your travels, you should go to Mub's shop. I'll be over by our Skyview Tower, so just let me know when you're ready to head out. So when you're ready to head out, just let me know. Okay, I read that wrong the first time. All right, Joshua, let's work on our final preparations with the tower. I'll handle the travel point. Joshua, you're in charge of the Switch. Okay, Doc, you can count on me. Is that a daughter, or is that a different person? I feel like we're right there before we start investigating the phenomena, but I want to stop here because I need to handle food, among other things. And who do we have going live, if anything? Nobody I've built rapport with, unfortunately. I really should get on top of that. Reading the messages, you said that it's more nuanced with some things. Can I elaborate on that? Do you feel like sometimes grounded in reality is not that important to you? In matters of spirituality, yes, that is less important. Because I'm not dealing with the real world at the moment. I'm dealing with the spiritual world. And in the spiritual world, as I'm using the druidic language for it, but it's the same thing. You know, spiritual things are allowed to be contradictory. They just need to make sense with your overall worldview. But in some cases, you need to disregard the spirit world and instead be focused on the real world. You know, the world that everyone commonly operates in. But that is probably as much as I'm going to say about that for now. If you guys want to perhaps know a bit more about that particular stance, you can search up druidry on Google and look for the philosophical kind. Don't look for the Celtic religion. I'm not a Celtic druid. I'll make that very plain. But looking at philosophical druidry, and more specifically, you can also try searching up articles that relate Christianity and druidry together, because it's not an unheard of pairing, but it is an uncommon pairing. And that might help explain some of the discrepancies between where I am versus where a lot of my other peers are. We can leave it for tomorrow since it's the end of the stream. I hear you on that one. Then you go on to say, how do you decide when it's fine to have contradictions and not? That's where you want to continue from next time? Very well. Very well. I will make sure I remember what we were talking about. especially when it comes to like contradictions and things. You guys, you've been awesome. Before I go, I do have a bit of bookkeeping. I'll put it out on the Discord server as well, but I do have to stream at a different time on Friday. You guys know about the broken air conditioner from the previous 2 streams. My work order for that is coming in on Friday, between 1 and 5 p.m. and I need to be there the entire time for I need to be there watching the air conditioning maintenance technician the entire time, and to help with things like testing the air conditioning switches or the thermostat and so on. So I have to make a determination on whether I'm streaming earlier that day or later that day, but I will have that determination to you guys by tomorrow on the Google Calendar as well. If you guys want to keep up with my schedule as well as any changes that happen in that schedule, on my Discord server as well as in my link tree, I do have links to my Google Calendar. You should definitely click on those. And so, you know, if you've got an Android class device, you can even sync it up with your basic calendar app so that you never miss when I go live. Assuming that you're like, oh man, I know when he generally goes live, but did he change his schedule today? This is what that calendar is for. You guys know the algorithmic stuff to do. Down in the description or in the About Me section, just click at that stuff. It's beneficial, I promise. We will be back tomorrow at the normal time, and we will pick up right back where we left off. Conversations included as well. Thank you guys again for the donations, the subscriptions, all that fun stuff. I'll be sure to have your name on the placard by tomorrow as well. I'll just confirm with you first, like one final time, in the Discord. But I think that covers my bases. We'll be working toward, hopefully, the phenomena starting tomorrow. My name is Coin. Most people call me Coin. This has been another episode of The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me today. My senators and inductees, do take care of yourselves out there. You're welcome in my hallowed halls anytime, whether that be my DMs or my Discord server. And with that, do stay safe, and goodbye.